I told you, I'm here to help you. I told you, you're the star of the show. You're the one that's in charge. So.
Well, I have nothing prepared for 4 hours.
You got to figure it out. So.
But then why did you already create a description?
Because, okay, so to understand this, so to understand what we're doing here is when it comes to creating content and all that stuff, okay? When it comes to, so right now we're streaming, okay? Right now we're live. Hello, say hello. Hi. Yes. Okay, the idea behind streaming is not to be perfect.
I know.
That's not the point, because it's behind the scenes.
Okay.
So the idea behind this is we're documenting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for these next 4 hours, yeah, you may be wondering, like, what are we going to talk about for these next 4 hours? I don't have anything prepared. No, we do. You're building a business. You're showing behind the scenes, documenting how this is being built.
Okay.
Okay. And that becomes footage for the future. That becomes footage to show and showcase different stories for the future. And for anyone that's joining the live stream, again, remember that we were saying what were we saying last time? We were saying that we are going to create this universe of characters. Okay. We're going to create this universe of characters, and the universe of characters that we're creating, let's see if we can get, yeah. Okay, cool.
Oh,
yep.
That's you down there.
Yeah, that's me down there with the foot pedal. We said that we're going to create this character universe for the life purpose of last week. Okay. So that's the direction that we're going to go in until you say, okay, well, we need a pivot or whatever. But this is like the nuts and bolts of building a purpose-based business. Right. So I don't think there are certain principles and fundamentals to business that are going to be timeless, right? Like, you always need a product, you need an offer, you need to know who you're going to offer that thing to, and you need to sell that, and you need to market that, right? Those are like the basic building blocks. And then there's like the administrative stuff behind the scenes, like customer service, operations, working procedures, all that stuff. What we're doing here, like we talked about last time, is we said what? I gave you the different directions of where you can go to for, let's put up the screen share up here. Last time I gave you the different ideas of where you could go with this lifepurpose.com stuff, right? We talked about before, you were on the path of doing the podcast interviews, but then you did like 2 or 3 of them. Actually, I think you only did 3 of them, and then you stopped. You just completely stopped, right? And then I told you, okay, well, if that's not something that you're truly interested in, what can we do? What we can do is we can pivot. How do we pivot? Well, we pivot by deciding for ourselves, okay, well, if that's not working, what is realistic for us to do? And what could be realistic for us to do is, okay, I invested in this for us. And what we can do for lifepurpose.com is we can tell stories. We could even just talk like this. Literally, we can talk like this, and we can create a whole bunch of content. And that's actually going to be the first layer that we're going to be focusing on is, as I'm speaking, okay, we can create shorts, okay? So look at the monitor, okay? Notice how you see yourself here on the vertical screen. I can create vertical shorts of you manually, or we can use AI software like Opus Clip. And what we do is we just create we just talk for the next 4 hours. And over the next 4 hours, we have now this library of content, shorts, that can be mass produced by AI now. No video editing from my side. The Opus Clip will take the best segments and it will auto-generate captions. It will auto-generate, and it will do framing. It can do even AI overlay B-roll. So you know how, like, Like if you look at the monitor right now, this is A-roll, right? This would be called A-roll. So this is like the primary footage, and this would be like the base, right? And then you know how you see those videos like that Lee guy that's taught that, you know, on Instagram, anything that's like AI generated over that's called B-roll. Okay. So we could speak for the next 4 hours, literally just like this. And then we can use Opus Clip. It'll generate a whole bunch of shorts, and that automatically is going to be good for discovery. That automatically is going to show like, oh, okay, these guys are creating stuff and this is good for discovery. Discovery is very important in social media today because there's so much content, right? And there's so much shit out there. So how do you stand out? Okay. And this is going to be for anyone that is interested in figuring out what their purpose is and then actually like building something, because I think that that's ultimately what it is. It's always going to be purpose. Okay. This is my purpose. And either you turn it into a nonprofit or you do it some way, but ultimately I think all roads lead to a sort of a business, or at least that's how I see it in my understanding, you know, if you want that to be your full-time thing, like you're just living your purpose full-time, unless you have inherited a whole bunch of cash, unless you have won the lottery or something like this, that's great. And then, you know, your purpose is just like, let me just hang out and be awesome. But for those that want to exit the workforce, exit the old earth model of working and do something that they're really interested in, how are they going to do that? We're going to have to leverage technology. We're going to have to leverage AI. We're going to have to leverage AI tools. So you said, I told you, this is your show. This is you. I'm just here to assist you. I'm here to support you. You said, I don't have anything planned. We just said last week, we're going to create a universe of characters. You've been working this week on whatever you've been working on for your, for that dragon girl image. So we can go there. And what I would say is, I guess I'll guide it for now until you understand what you're trying to accomplish, and then you can take over. But the idea here is we're live streaming, and that means that gives us the opportunity to just document. At this stage right now, let's just think document. Just document, don't create. Don't try to be fucking, you know, putting the makeup on and saying some smart shit. Just be authentic to yourself, right? And figure out what it is that you want to accomplish and take people on the ride. That's basically what the purpose of the live streaming is. It's just we're taking people on the ride. So I'm going to look at right now the lifepurpose.com YouTube channel just to make sure. Just to make sure that we're live. Yeah. Cool. Okay, we are live streaming this. Oh, that's good. That's good.
I'm
Okay.
just wondering if we should send out a newsletter to lifepurpose.com and
For
let
what?
people know that
Go for it.
we're live streaming.
Go for it. But not right now. It's going to be kind of useless
No,
right
not
now.
right now.
You just let them know, like, hey, we started live streaming again, and we're going to create this universe of characters, and we're going to use AI tools. If you want to participate in creating this universe with us, let us know, etc., etc. That's a possibility. The other thing too, just an idea, and hello to whoever is watching. Hello, God bless you. I hope you're having a good day. Maybe, I don't know, but another idea is to make it actually monetizable and profitable for everyone. If we really do grow this universe of characters very interestingly, and we have supporters for this, we can mint on the blockchain NFTs that we can give to our fans. And if this thing does grow more, they can sell it for a huge profit probably. You know, like imagine having the original minted 2026
Golden Dragon
Queen, limited edition, one of one, to the very first of the first, you know? that's an idea that could be, and that gives people incentive to be like, let's go on the ride together. Let's do this together, you know? At least that's what is in my head, you know? I'm thinking, okay, in the year 2026, why would people want to create and participate in something when most people could be very occupied with doing their own thing? But I think that comes down to just having a very shared sense of purpose, right? Having a very shared intention and figuring out, okay, well, what is my purpose? What is everyone's purpose? And helping them kind of figure that out. And I think maybe the best way to do that is through storytelling at this stage right now, especially if you're not going to be interviewing people, you know. And I know that is work, and that takes time to schedule those interviews and do all that stuff. So this is why we're here for these 4 hours, okay? So we just talk, we just brainstorm, we start exploring. I myself have an outline for how this could go today, and all we have to do is just be willing to go on the ride. Fair enough?
Yes.
All right. So the first thing that I would say is, let's go back to that screen share. Okay. And like we talked about last time, we said what? We said something about like, let's do a pivot instead of doing podcast interviews right now where we're actively trying to find human guests. Let's take a little detour into AI, the world of AI, and figuring out how to use this to our benefit and not being like, oh, anti-AI, I hate AI. It's fucking here. Let's just be honest with ourselves. It's going to be here, and it's going to be something that is going to be, I think, a force multiplier. Got to get used to it. Just like social media. Got to get used to it. I thought hashtags were the stupidest thing, you know, with Twitter. That did not make any sense to me. Now I understand it's just a way of like finding things. It's like going to a library and you're just trying to find some sort of content. That's all that is. But at the time, complicated for me. So we had talked about doing some sort of a hybrid, the life purpose of, okay? We had talked about doing the life purpose of, and let's add a new one here, okay? And today I think will be a little bit more fun because we're going to just explore what other universes exist and kind of get that idea. Lifepurpose.com universe. So whoever's joining us for today, welcome once again. If you have any comments or anything to share with the idea behind going into that universe and sharing ideas about how to create a universe, please do let us know. But otherwise, here's what I'm thinking. Over here, we have a process map. Okay. So this is the both of us, right? This is me and this is you. Okay. And today, this is going to be our goal, right? This is our goal. But what is our goal? What's our goal by the end of this day? I think that our goal by the end of this day is the following, is to establish the universe. Okay? Just one goal. Establish the universe. What does that mean? What that means is that in order to establish the universe, there are a couple of things that we have to think about. Okay? And what that looks like is who, what, where, when. Okay? Who being who are the characters. Which means we have one big step here, which is R and D, research and development. Who are our characters? What are they about? Where does this universe exist? When do they do what they do? Okay? Again, I'm not a pro at storytelling or anything like this, but if we think about this as a system, okay? And this is what I've learned over the last 15 months, especially with creating the systems and all this stuff is, how for trading, you want to have, for trading, you want to have this, what's the right word I'm looking for? You want to have a process for how you take a trade, you want to follow X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, whatever. You want to go in a specific order for how you take a trade, and you want to do it the same way, repeatable. We want to do the same way, repeatable, for creating content, right? And for creating this universe and for shipping episodes. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to research universes that already exist. And we're going to take shows that we've watched from when we were children. Okay? So this is kind of like the building blocks of how we do this. We're going to take inspiration from when we were children, when we were watching shows and cartoons or whatever. And we're going to look at the universe. We're going to look at each dimension. So we're going to look at Sailor Moon. We're going to look at Dragon Ball Z. We're going to look at The Simpsons. We're going to look at Family Guy. Rocko's Modern Life, Rugrats. We're going to look at all these little shows briefly, and we're going to look at their universe, and we're going to figure out what's our universe, what comes to us. And it doesn't have to be forced or anything like that. It's just whatever comes. Then we look at, okay, well, who is in there? Who are our characters? So we already have the peanut gallery. We already have the angry monster, the anger monster. We've already got Papa de Serra. We have Mama de Serra. We may need to change the character names because obviously it's not just Papa de Serra, Mama Serra. It's Papa de Serra and Regis, Mama de Serra and Regis. So do we want to be saying that, or do we want to say, like a different character name? But you'll see what I mean. After that, we want to go into, okay, well, what is the basis of the life purpose of? And we want to have those little segments where we talk about those things. And then afterwards, we're going to implement the first loop of the system. So the first loop of the system, and we're going to create a working procedure as we go along so that we have a structure. Because, again, like I showed you with this, I've got this guy, and I have a whole bunch of working procedures in here to help me go through my process every single day, every single time that I do deep work. And the idea behind that is I don't get lost. I don't, just fucking think, oh, what am I going to do today? No, I already know what I'm going to do today. I already know what I'm going to do every day. I already know what I'm going to do for the next 4 days, for the next 4 deep work sessions. I already know, And that takes a lot of mental energy to even just think about that. That wastes so much time. We don't want to waste that time. We want to really be super laser focused, because if we're only building this 4 hours every week, 4 hours, it goes by very fast, especially when you're in the zone and you're having a good time and you're just executing, you're just doing it. It goes by so fast. So we want to maximize those 4 hours, these 4 hours that we have, because then the next time we come is going to be next Sunday. And then we got to work on the next thing. So today's goal, when we finish this, all said and done, is we want to establish the universe. And then we want to have layer 1. Layer 1 is shorts. Well, actually, this is kind of technically layer 2. This is kind of layer 2, basically. So layer 2 is shorts with Opus. So we're going to sign up Opus. We're going to clip, and we're going to let the AI just start auto-generating clips. Okay? And that's going to be for the discovery. That's going to be our second layer. So the first layer is live stream, documenting, not creating. Second layer is Opus. We're going to clip. And we're going to clip these moments because we're showing behind the scenes. Then the third layer is going to be scripting. Okay, so we're going to then start to look at creating and fleshing out all of the types of content that we're going to create. So we can have like long form content. We could have shorts. We could even just do shorts primarily and just really target those shorts. You know, maybe long form content in the maximum terms would be like 10-minute episodes, 15-minute episodes maximum. Just like a Sailor Moon, just like Dragon Ball Z. Even though it was supposed to be a 30-minute show, it was actually like 15 minutes. It was actually like 15 minutes, and then they had a whole bunch of commercials in between and filler stuff. So let's look at our universe, our potential universe here, and let's just start going with what we have. Let's start going with what we have here. And also do me a favor too. Can you speak?
Hello.
Why is it that when I speak, I hear this, but when you speak, I don't?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I gotta figure
that one out. I gotta figure that one out. Okay. Never mind. So let's go to the universe. Okay. So I want you, and that's actually let's put this up in the chat too. If anyone is joining us live, and if you want to participate, it's up to you. But if anyone is joining us live here, tell us what was like your favorite show growing up and why. Like a cartoon show. If you watch cartoons, what was it and why? Like what attracted you about that? And we'll be here. Yep. Co-create. I'm going to write this message. Co-create with us. Tell us what your favorite show was as a kid and why. What do you want to see? What would you create if you were creating a universe of characters for purpose? Something like that. Okay, let's start there. Okay. All right. So while that's going, maybe someone responds and maybe no one responds. It doesn't matter. But I want you to tell me one show off the top of your head.
Me?
Yeah.
Sailor Moon.
Okay. So let's go here to Sailor Moon. Okay. Sailor Moon. Okay. Is there a specific episode that you can remember?
No.
Okay. So let's see. Maybe they did a remake actually. Okay. Our goal here is not to be distracted by the entertainment. Okay. Our goal here is to study. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to study this content. We're going to study what we're seeing here. We're going to study the characters. We're going to study what they're wearing. We're going to study these things. You may want to get your phone and make notes as well.
Do you have a pen and paper here?
I do not.
Can I use that? Just give me those tiny notes.
Okay. So whatever pops out to you, all right, you figure out what pops out to you here. And just write in bullet points, what were the things that you observed? All right. We want to look at who are the characters? What are they doing? Where are they doing this? When are they doing this? Maybe even why. Why does this character exist? What is their objective? Like, what are they trying to do? You know? So let's this had to have been like remade. You understand?
I remember this introduction video is the same introduction video when I was younger in the German.
How I remember it was like something like this.
it portrays their multidimensional existence, which I can say now from this awareness.
Yeah.
But as a kid, I just felt drawn to it because my soul already knew what this is about.
Okay. So we have the Sailor Moon. Let's check out, for me, I remember this a lot, The Simpsons.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. So
What's
let's
the
look
purpose of Homer Simpson?
What's the purpose of Homer Simpson?
Well, he was predicting a lot of things. Why?
That's important. Write that down. Just write The Simpsons and what you know, what you just said. Dumbs down, drinking beer, watching TV. Let me know when you got it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Now we're going to go back, all right, and let's look once again. So this is Family Guy now.
And I think the majority of those shows came from the United States.
Yep.
Say that all.
Well, except for
Sailor
Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z. Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z were from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Family Guy, Simpsons, America. You see that? That's the universe. That's the universe of characters.
Yeah, and this is about indoctrination about family.
Or beliefs around family.
Yeah.
Okay?
Depicting a reality about what family is like.
Exactly. So we've got family. We got Peter Griffin. We got Meg Griffin, Stewie, Brian, the mom, and then the brother, the son. But Peter Griffin is supposed to be the main character here. And this is the 2000. Okay. And now this is the one I
It
really
seems
grew up
today.
watching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was good.
This is the German version. No, I don't want the German version. I want the actual American one. This is a lot of anger. And they're fighting with aliens. So they look human, but they're really aliens, but they're fighting with aliens that look like aliens. So that's Goku, Krillin, Goku with his tail comb, Master Yoshi, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Allmann, Nappa. Vegeta using the energy. Okay. And how can I forget?
Mm-hmm.
How can I forget the one that I actually hated the most and is still stuck with me to this day? I want to be the
I remember another show which I loved. It's about a dragon, and it's called Tabaluga.
Tabaluga.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Okay. Let's look at that.
Oh my God, yes. I loved watching this.
This will be the last one, and I think we already have kind of an understanding here.
Oto tabaluga, dzielny tabaluga, znów ich pas.
Can you put on the German version?
Choć taki maleńki chce ocalić wielki świat.
Is that not the German version?
Yeah. It sounds like Polish.
Let's see the German intro. Oh, there's different. There's like 28 minutes worth. I don't know.
Titelsong des Evalu. Let's
Yeah.
try that one.
What we'll do right now is we just looked at 4 or 5 different universes. All right. So we already kind of have an idea now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I want you to write this down on your piece of paper. You're going to outline The Simpsons, Family Guy, Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, Tabaluga, Pokemon. Actually, you know what?
What a funny name. Tabaluga.
All right. So I think it's just us watching. So we got to let it go from the chat for right now. No problem. However, I want us to focus back in. And what we're going to do is let's utilize ChatGPT here. All right. Let's go over here. Hemma and I live streaming how we're creating the universe for the life purpose of ... I guess you could say cartoon show or the animation. So we're going to be bridging our human selves with the AI to be creating this immersive universe and telling stories based on that to inspire people to fulfill their purpose, period. Having said that, I just had Hemma and I watch Hemma and I watch what are some things that we notice from the following shows: Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Tabaluga, The Simpsons, Family Guy. These are Hemma's observations about each. If, let's say, someone were to ask for a 1-sentence description about what each show was about, what would you say about each show? And then I want you to do this for yourself, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to look at what the response is just yet, okay? We're going to take a little break, a little 2-minute break. But I want us to come back in a few minutes and just think about
Just
that.
1 sentence or just some keywords.
Yeah, keyword, 1 sentence, what comes out to you, even if you want to use hashtags, but what sticks out to you about each of those shows that we just looked at right now. Like who are the characters? Is there a main character or are there several main characters? What are they doing? What's the universe? What's the moral of the thing? What's the whole purpose of that thing? Okay.
Okay.
All right. We're going to take a little break, take that time to think, and we'll come back and we'll get into this.
Okay.
And let's come back in here. I just had a really interesting idea.
On the toilet.
Yes.
That's your inspiration station.
Yes. So I just had a really, really interesting idea. And the idea was that when we have this life purpose of, what if we can grow it to the point where we have split universes where it's the life purpose of, but then there's eventually, like if there are beloved characters, then it can become the life purpose of Soraya. That's a different spin-off series. Then there's the life purpose of Papa de Soraya, different spin-off series. Then there's the life purpose of Mama de Soraya, different
their own
spin-off
brands.
Yes, and they become their own brands. So each character in the universe becomes its own universe.
Oh wow!
And then they create new characters. Like, you know how Game of Thrones had Jon Snow, Arya Stark. There was talks about Jon Snow having his own spin-off. There was talks about Arya Stark having her own spin-off. The Game of Thrones had its the prequel, which was the House of the Dragon, right? So obviously you're not watching that because it's like really, really violent, but that's pretty much the idea. Is they create from that one little universe, they create their own separate universes. So then someone has the one character, depending on how popular they are, they have the ability to become their own thing. So that's just an idea, just putting that out there. So if
I can see that.
Yeah. So if we get to that point, cool.
Yeah, if people are interested to explore the details of a character's purpose, then it would make sense to create their own branch.
Exactly. Hey, I'm going to need you to do me a favor, and it's not going to be so good for you to kick out your legs too much. So what I'm going to do to keep it uniform, is you can keep out your legs.
That's okay.
I'm gonna keep this then on the right hand side. So on my right hand side, which is your left. So don't put your feet so close to the thing, because again, there's not that much distance now.
Are you comfortable having it on the right?
Yeah. That's the thing too. Like, I have my foot on the pedal, and I have to now make sure that my posture is okay. So then otherwise, if I slouch like this, then it starts to hurt my neck and my shoulders. And the foot pedal is like ergonomics. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's just
Okay, as long as you're comfortable.
Yeah. Are you good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's go back to what you were saying. When we took the break, what are the things that you notice? Let's start off with The Simpsons. Because you mentioned something really interesting here about The Simpsons. What do you notice about The Simpsons?
Yeah, well, first of all, my parents did not want me to to watch The Simpsons when I was younger.
Why?
Because of the very things that I'm gonna say right now. Because it basically dumps down consciousness. It's a family that sits down in front of the TV drinking beer and being consumed by the TV. That's pretty much what the whole series is about. And my parents did not want me to watch TV that dumps down your awareness and your consciousness.
Interesting. Just a little thing. If you're not comfortable with the microphone as well, remember that you have the ability to shift it however you need to. Okay. I personally like it like this, because now I can see you and we can, yeah.
And I watched it a few times, but it gave me a headache watching it. And all I remember was Homer. He would constantly pick fights after getting drunk from his beer. So that already depicts like a very distorted family image to people. So that's what I noticed from The Simpsons.
Okay, interesting. Also, sorry, with your camera, I don't know if you like the angle of it, like if you want it more facing you, so you can also just move it so that it's closer to you.
I'm only being seen from the side now, right?
Yeah, and if you look at the monitor, you're being seen from behind. So I have to figure this thing out where we're like overhead
Okay, so it's this camera.
Yeah, so
and this one.
Yeah, versus from the side. So I mean, I can also just move this now. The third camera.
Should we move this more towards the middle?
Well, that's up to you. I personally prefer my thing.
Well, I can just put the microphone more towards the left.
Yeah, you can also do that too, where you're just looking right instead of that works too. That works too. Okay, so let me put mine back here because I like it a bit like this. Good enough. All right. Okay, so
Let me just try one thing.
Yep.
Oh, I cannot take this.
Yeah, you don't want it to have it too far away, too close.
That's fine like
yeah.
this.
All right, cool. All right.
So should I continue with the rest of the universes?
So tell me again about the Simpsons. So what was your like, you know how like if you make a judgment about someone, what was your judgment about the Simpsons? What was your one sentence judgment basically about the Simpsons?
It dumps down people's awareness.
Okay, but you said something else too. You said there's drinking beer, getting into fights, dumbing down.
Yeah, but if I just pin it down to one sentence, it dumps down people's consciousness.
Okay. Go on to Sailor Moon. What do you remember about Sailor Moon?
A group of women having a human life and a superhuman life. And reawakening to their superpowers as they continue on their journey. Because from what I remember about Sailor Moon was that the main characters, I think it's 5 women. Sailor Moon, Sailor Venus, Sailor Mars, and I think 2 more. I think only when they grew older, they had an awakening where all of a sudden they turned into superhero characters. And before that, they were just normal humans going to school and living the status quo. But I think somewhere along the show, something happened where they were either activated or they had an awakening to who they truly are beyond their human life. And I remember with Sailor Moon, the main character specifically, she has a spirit animal, which is her cat, Luna. And somewhere along the show, Luna started communicating with Sailor Moon, like waking her up to who she truly was. So it's like Luna was a spirit animal in the form of a pet for Sailor Moon, causing and inspiring her awakening to who she truly is. That's how I see it now with 33 years of age looking back at it. But when I was watching it as a 5, 6, 7-year-old girl, I didn't see it the way I do right now. But I was drawn to it because my soul already knew what this is about, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So if you had to, again, simplify that into one sentence, what would you say?
Sailor Moon is about Sailor Moon portrays a show of normal humans who are awakening to their supernatural powers and dissolving and alchemizing darkness within their own lives and for their family lives and their entire neighborhood and city.
Would you say that was the purpose?
Part of it.
Okay.
The purpose of Sailor Moon. I think the purpose of Sailor Moon was to remind at some level that all the viewers or all the audience, that they have supernatural abilities, which they may not have tapped into yet.
Interesting. So are you saying then that the purpose of that show could have been to remind people that they have something, a power within them that is just resting in there, and that maybe it's up to them to wake up.
Yeah, very possible.
Hmm.
And I think that's why these shows are so famous, because people are drawn to it because they feel that there is a higher truth behind those shows. It reminds people to the magic of life and that there is so much more than what our five senses can perceive.
True. Okay, now moving. So we had, do me a favor and just check off each one that we talked about.
So
we talked about
Sailor Moon.
Sailor Moon.
We have Family Guy, Dragon Ball Z, and Tabaluga.
Okay, which one do you want to just pick one and go from there next?
I never watched Family Guy. I can't speak on that.
But if you were looking from the outside in, what would be your perception?
I was just watching that one trailer we just watched.
You never watched any episode, never watched any
I cannot
segment?
remember, but my brother did watch it.
Okay.
Just from watching the trailer, I can say that it, similar to The Simpsons, it depicts and portrays a certain reality about a family lifestyle and how families should be or is supposed to be. And I would say it's pretty similar to The Simpsons, and it's actually portraying a very low picture of what family is like in the United States. It's about watching TV, it's about drinking, it's about being rude. That's what I get from it. Am I right? Was the show about that?
I think it's closer to true.
Yeah.
I think it's closer to true. And, you know, with Family Guy and The Simpsons, I mean, I grew up watching that, as well as wrestling. And maybe that could also be
Causing the anger monster.
probably, you know. And then again, for Americans, I think, you know, we dramatize a lot of things based on what we've seen. So I do believe that has a huge part to play in it. And, you know, there are certain things that have come along the way that I think have really shaped the consciousness of Americans a lot. And I think also one of them too was like specific video games like Twisted Metal Black or Grand Theft Auto, if you ever heard of those titles. You know, there's the Super Marios, the Street Fighters, Mortal Kombat. Again, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighters. Those are like the most you hear. Those are like those are legacy brands for video games. There's Sonic, like Mario, and a lot of those have to do with conflict and fighting evil and fighting one another.
Yeah.
And Grand Theft Auto was just pure, like, you know, you have guns, shooting, everything. And I remember when that first came out, there was a lot of controversy about that. So, yes, for Family Guy, I wouldn't say that you're that far off from the point of it. Again, I think it's the idea is that it's entertainment. It's supposed to be entertaining, but there's no real moral to it. It's just
numbing you.
It's to have a good laugh, I think. It's to, you know, if you can laugh about it. Maybe it's not for everyone. It's not everyone's sense of humor, but it's to get a laugh about it. Let's go on to the next one.
Dragon Ball Z. I never really watched it, but I get the gist of it. And it's about, similar to Sailor Moon, just for the male audience, I would say. It's about boys, young men, basically having a human life and also having a supernatural superpower life where they have their superpowers and they're fighting aliens with their superpowers while still having a human life.
Okay.
So very similar to Sailor Moon, just for the male audience, I guess.
Okay. That's your perception. Okay. Next one.
Tabaluga. I can't remember much about Tabaluga, but it's basically about a little dragon who is raised either by a single father or maybe he has both parents, and he's just going his own way and finding his own path and basically ignoring his parents' advice on what he should and should not do with his life. And he's just exploring and going down his own road.
Interesting. So it's about a dragon though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the last one, Pokemon?
I never watched Pokemon.
Really?
No.
No way.
But it looks the same as Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon.
Why not Pokemon? Why didn't you watch Pokemon?
I wasn't interested in that.
Really?
No.
How old were you at this time when Pokemon was coming out?
Probably started from when I was 7, but it was around for a long time.
Oh, and then there's also SpongeBob too.
Oh, I did watch SpongeBob.
Right.
That was funny.
Right.
I actually like that.
Let's actually. Okay.
I like SpongeBob.
Why?
I forgot about that one.
Okay. Let's actually hold on a second.
SpongeBob gave me a good laugh every single time.
Okay. Let's do a little detour here to SpongeBob. Okay. So we understand this.
Yeah, with the burger hut, when he was serving burger in the, what is it, the crab, the Krusty Krab.
The Krusty Krab pizza
Oh.
is the. Okay, hold on a second. SpongeBob.
Oh wow, I'm actually getting inspired by getting a pizza now.
Pizza would be nice. Okay, so what we know from
Are these shows still active?
I think some of them are.
Are they still producing new content?
So Dragon Ball. So the reason why I thought about the idea before that I told you with the life purpose of, and then we can have spin-off series, is because that's exactly what Dragon Ball did. So it was not Dragon Ball Z. It was Dragon Ball when Goku and Krillin were kids. Then it was Dragon Ball Z when they were older, and then it was Gohan and Frieza and all that stuff. Then it was Dragon Ball GT. Now they made another spinoff, and it's called Dragon Ball Daima.
Okay.
So now Dragon Ball Daima is like, it's Goku, Vegeta, all these characters that people have come to grow up watching and love, but now they're little kids again somehow.
Okay.
And it's a spinoff series of that. And SpongeBob, I think, is still going. There was a show called Cat Dog in America where there was literally a cat and a dog together, fused together.
Oh gosh.
And they were Cat Dog.
Oh my god.
There was Rocko's Modern Life.
Wait.
Rugrats.
This reminds me to another show which was like probably the silliest show ever for children. It was about a red being that was naked, and it had its booty in the front. It was a red, large being, looked like a sausage. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. I have no idea what the show is called, but it was so silly.
There was another one, Ren and Stimpy.
Oh gosh.
I don't know if you ever. So there was a couple of them. You see how like we're talking about this and we're smiling now. Look at that.
I'm smiling because I am looking back at it and reflecting. I am amazed on how is it possible that some of these shows were so silly and they were able to become well famous. Like there was no value, there was no moral of the story, there was no education. It was just a whole bunch of garbage and nonsense. And yet people were watching it, their children were watching it, and it became well famous.
Because it was entertaining.
That is so wild.
But that's the thing though. So, okay, so we just took a trip down memory lane, the shows that we grew up watching. So now let's think about this now, okay? So let's go back to that process map. Okay, let's go back to that process map. And we did now research and development for today, okay? So this was our R&D. Check. Now, let's think about this for a second. Who are the characters and what are they doing? this is now the next thing that we got to ask ourselves. So when I think of Dragon Ball Z, so this was your interpretation of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
And what I can tell you about Dragon Ball Z from my side as a male watching this is that I can see that there was a lot of people that took inspiration from Goku. A lot of people. Remember when we went to the United States in 2019 and we were with, remember when we visited my old apartment? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
In the South Side in Brooklyn? Do you remember what that guy said? He said,
He was talking about Dragon Ball Z.
He said, you remind me too.
Goku?
Why do you think that was?
Why? I know a lot of boys identified with Goku.
A lot.
My very first boyfriend or who had a crush on me, he was so into that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in Austria.
Yep. Okay, hold on a second. What's that guy's name? No. Well, you see how there's a guy that does a YouTube channel that's based on the character of Goku. That was the inspiration. See?
Interesting.
So that's how inspiring it was for this person. Helping look at this, helping Saiyans ascend and go even further beyond.
What's Saiyan?
Okay, so that's Goku. That's his alien race. Goku is not a human. Goku is actually an alien that looks like a human, but the idea is that
the human name is Saiyan?
Goku is not a human. Goku is an alien.
Okay.
But Goku looks like a human.
Okay.
And Goku comes from the alien race, the Saiyans, from the planet. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember that part. But look at this. So he has created this channel where he dresses up like Goku. He's dressing up like Goku. That's his whole theme. He's based around Goku. He's got the hair. He's got the pants.
He got an early birth too? Like we?
I guess maybe. But look at this. He does his hair.
Oh my goodness.
And he's got 19 million views on the video. He cosplay and everything, okay?
So wait, let me see. How many subscribers does he have? And he does everything on Goku?
I don't know. I do not know.
Okay.
Okay? But what I do know is he is creating content based on Goku.
Wow.
Okay? So there's other channels that are based on, they're human beings that are based on Goku. Like Goku Pump, for example. So this is another guy. And look at how it influenced his life. Where he's training, he's working out, and he's doing all these workout videos, and he's got the physique, and he's training like Goku.
Well, there must be a Sailor Moon channel too.
Sure.
Where someone is acting like Sailor Moon.
Sure. And he's got 1 million subscribers. All right. It's a primarily fitness channel, but this is also what he, talks about basically. So the point, damn it, there was one that I wanted to show you here, but either which way, this is the influence that this character has had on people. And this is one that I want to show where he's training for Frieza. Okay? So you think it's like, a certain way. This is how I remember it. Goku is training constantly to prepare for the next battle. So his role is he's a Z fighter, and his role is to protect Earth. Mm-hmm. He's a guardian of Earth, basically. And he's related to this character Vegeta in that they're Saiyans, but Vegeta is pure evil. Like he wants to take over the planet, and Goku is like, no. But it was the way that he was raised. So Goku was basically like his parents were killed when he was a baby, and he was with Master Roshi when he was a kid. Mm-hmm. So he learned how to be good and protect Earth and be a Z fighter for Earth. And right now, in this episode, in Dragon Ball Z, the series, he's training for battling Frieza, who is an alien that wants to take over the planet Namek because it has certain resources. So this is Frieza. This is the alien Frieza. Okay?
I remember that.
right? So this is the character, right? And then there is Piccolo DBZ, right? And this is Piccolo. This is another Dragon Ball Z character, okay, as you can see. And he looks like an alien. So the idea that I have is to somehow merge and fuse these characters together and to create a brand identity and to create a specific universe where, just like you said, like there are a lot of these stories, they had no purpose to it. It was just like pure like entertainment, right? What I would like to do is, if you're open to it, again, remember, you are the creator, you're the star of the show, but the idea is to create a universe where there's actually morals of the story, and it's based on the new earth. It's based on helping people rise up into the new earth, but in a storyfied way. And like we talked about last time, is if we have, like Robert Kiyosaki, when he's talked about wanting to influence people with, you know, becoming rich and the cash flow and the financial system, etc., he said he knew that he shouldn't waste his time on the current generation. And what he needed to do instead was focus his energy on the younger generation, because when they grow up, that's what's going to influence the change. And at this stage, that's where I'm more leaning towards as well, is if we want to really create the change, focus on the kids.
For sure.
Focus on the kids and focus on telling stories that will shape and influence them a certain way. Okay? So let's watch a couple of minutes of this. So this is Goku training. He's in outer space and he's training with 20x gravity. And the reason why he's training with 20x gravity is because he needs to get stronger to battle Frieza.
Oh, what's that?
So this is him training, and he's doing lunges and squats. He's going to outer space. He's working. And this shows the importance of training and being physically fit.
It does remind me to you a little bit.
You gotta be physically fit and mentally well to be able to battle. Yeah, with the same intensity, right? Now he's training at 50 times gravity, and he's training hard. And so this is what some people now, that they've come to, like, an influence and shape them. Okay? And these are the challenges that he went through for training at such a high intensity. So he's training at 100 times the number of gravity. And then it also shows him recovering with food. So he's constantly training. He's resting. He's getting stronger. And now he's able to acclimate to that stress. Right? So this is showing him. This is showing how, like, he eats.
Thanks for the grub.
Exactly. What is this?
And the waiters didn't want to give us more food. Remember that?
Yeah.
Gohan, you need to have.
You know, it's really the smallest things.
Let's see here. Okay. So this is basically them, and they train really hard, and then they eat. Right. So this is pretty much it, and this is like the basis of a lot of these things. And look at how in real life.
Ooh, muffin.
Okay. And I think there's even a real life Dragon Ball Z movie. But this is the idea behind it. And
Would you
Dragon Ball Z
visit?
is actually one of the largest, I think if not the biggest animation in the world, maybe somewhere up there with Pokemon. But those two, like, they're massive. They're massive. And I think Pokemon is still going, just like Dragon Ball is still going with Dragon Ball Daima. So we see this character. The idea is that Goku is the main character in Dragon Ball Z, at least. I don't know how it is for Dragon Ball Daima or whatever, but some characters, maybe they have their own storylines. Characters have their own storylines too, where even the main character takes a back seat. So getting back to this is we have the Who, okay? So let's write out so far a list of our characters, and we're going to go back to ChatGPT in a minute, okay? I haven't forgotten about that. So the who is, we have Papa.
We talk about our characters now.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. The life purpose of Papa de Serra, Mama de Serra.
And we also have Mama, the guardian dog of Soraya.
Mama. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3. The peanut gallery.
And Soraya, the golden dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And the anger monster.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Great. And we have anger monster. Okay. Now I know that you have your own idea about The Simpsons, but I'm gonna backtrack here to show you something here. Okay? Because you never watched it, but even though, yes, I think you're closer to true that yes, there's a lot of stupidity with this. The Simpsons Mo. Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. There's also the Pinky and the Brain. Remember
Yes.
that one?
Yes. Pinky and the Brain. Exactly. So let's take a look here. There's Homer, the Simpsons Homer compilation, right? So Homer. There's the Homer compilation.
Just take the money and get out.
What? I am too smart. I am too smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-R-T. Oh, look at me. I'm making people happy. I'm the magical man from Happy Land in a gumdrop house on Lollipop Lane.
Okay. So there are these moments where that's the main character, okay?
Whom anger is exploded.
So remember, The Simpsons are about these main characters. The Simpsons are about Homer Simpson, Marge Simpson, Maggie Simpson, Lisa Simpson, Bart System, and Santa's little helper, which is a dog.
Oh yeah. They had a dog.
Look, he's headed back to the Greyhound racing track where we found him.
I've never the home stretch.
Okay, so that's the.
Good morning, Homer.
It's morning.
Oh, assassin!
Yep. Read 'em and weep.
Those are very elaborate sneakers. They better be for 125 big ones.
No!
$125?
Bart!
Ah, Homer!
No. It's a penalty kick for...
So that's the whole episode. But this is just a short version. Okay, that's the house of the Simpsons. They live next to Ned Flanders, who's a Bible guy. There's the family of 5 with the dog. Then there's Ned Flanders. So let's take a look at Ned Flanders and his universe.
Mm-hmm. I remember him.
I'm gay, Daddy! I'm gay! Mrs. Simpson made me gay! I believe he's saying he's okay.
Purple drapes. All my life I've wanted purple drapes.
Okay, don't panic. Remember what the instructor said.
If you ever get into trouble, all you need to do is...
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Stupid sexy Flanders.
I got family here from around the globe. Here's Jose Flanders.
Buenos ding dong dilly dia, senor.
And this is Lord Thistlewick Flanders.
Child. Googly
Doogly. If it's clear and yellow, you've got juice there, fella. If it's tangy and brown, you're in cider town. Now, there's 2 exceptions, and it gets kind of...
Okay. So there are some episodes where to create, again, to keep the Simpsons going. Simpsons has been going for a long time too. Simpsons has been going for like 20 something years. How did they do that? They did that because it wasn't just about, one character being the main character. It was about every character in the universe having its own spotlight. So every character in the universe of The Simpsons, of Family Guy, of Sailor Moon, of Dragon Ball Z, the focus was on them for a while. Okay? The focus was on them. And in order to achieve that, we got to ask ourselves, okay, well, what's the premise of the show? And so the way that I see it is that the idea behind the show is, if we're trying to answer this question of who are the characters, right? Let's actually, you know what? Let's do this. Hold on a second. Let's actually do this. Let's open up Notion, right? Let's open up Notion. And I'm going to create a database here. Let's go to Master Database Registry. And I'm also going to show how I use AI as well to create this database registry. So we're going to go to personal brand. And this is kind of what we're offering, but let's create another one here, and let's call this a different one here. Let's see, all databases. Yep. Okay. My partner and I, we are creating a cartoon series that is supposed to teach children or people that are coming up now and growing up now in this world to pursue their purpose. And we're going to create these episodes where we're teaching morals and we're giving like educational content to help inspire people to fulfill their purpose and to fulfill their dharma. And it's called The Life Purpose of ... New line. In order to achieve this, we have already started creating a universe of characters, period. I need you to create for me a database to house the list of characters for us, period. Okay, so now it's going to generate and create the database for us. So we have this list of characters. We're going to create a database to keep the character list organized. And what we're going to do is we're going to just think about like, okay, what's their origin story? Who are the characters and what's their origin story? And we're going to start fleshing that out. We're going to start with, what we have right now. And then as we have new characters, as we think of new characters, and again, we can base new characters off of real life. We can base characters off of real life. We have a database where we organize that and we organize their origin. Mm-hmm. Let's open this up. Okay. Let's go to, let's move this. Let's go to, where was I here? Okay. Let's put that in here. Let's copy the link. let's take. Okay, now generate a database description for this database based on the prompt. Okay, so this is basically going to be a library for us, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be our library. And let's see, title. Okay, so we have here Papa. We have Soraya, the golden dragon. Status, InDesign. Okay, and we're also going to create an image. Right, we're also going to create some photos here. Role, right? Species type, right? One line pitch, right? Dharma. Okay, good.
Interesting.
Perfect. So these are the themes. These are the first appearance. Okay. Last edited age. Okay, cool. Our assets. Good. Good. So we want that. And we then want character cards. Good. Perfect. So what we're going to do now is we're going to share the list. We're going to share
so good at this.
We're going to share the list. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to photos.google.com and we're going to start exporting. Oh, wait a second. No, I have it. What am I talking about here? Let's go back over here. Let's screen share this again. Let's screen share this.
You're navigating this like a pro. You learned this all on your own, right?
Yeah. Lots of research, lots of testing and time.
Wow.
Lots of research, testing and time. Okay, so let's pull up the images. Let's pull up the images here. Actually, I think it would be be better to just hold on a second. Let's see. Do we have it?
Yeah, they're on Google Photos.
No, I mean for Gabriel and Hemma. Because we gotta also be careful too. We don't want to show certain things. So I'm gonna just download this stuff real quick here. Yeah, let's download this. Let's go to the okay, and let's start saving it here. Don't worry, there's no screen share, so we're good to go.
Oh, okay. It looks like you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Did you see the glasses that she got in real life?
Yeah, they look similar.
They're purple.
Yeah.
Just like the one on the picture.
Mm-hmm. We created it, manifested it.
Oh my goodness.
Now imagine if what you are creating in the story is what happens in real life, you know?
You got to be really mindful.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to start generating these characters and figuring out like the brand identity and like what we're trying to do here and where we're trying to go. Mm-hmm. Okay, so just remember we're not sharing anything, so we're good. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, this is definitely going to be better to save this to one specific local spot to not mix personal and, this.
Mm-hmm.
But for right now, here's where we are.
You look cute.
Yep.
Oh.
There you go. That's the mom. Okay, so these are what's called our assets, right? These are our assets.
How much are they worth?
Who knows? It's up to us.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that one. Oh, should we take this one too?
That's how we started off, right? You asked for Serra the Golden Dragon, and then we started, that's how we started off with this.
Yeah, you started with that.
Yep. So we started with that. Okay, so now let's go back here and let's now screen share from this because now it's,
Or maybe we should also create a character of Lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucky the what? Just let that sink in for a bit.
It's Araya's pet toy.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Okay, so we have now that character universe. So we're going to go back to Notion. Okay. Hold up a second. Okay, did not do that. What I think is we also have origin story. Okay, so we have our description here. Make sure I'm recording this. Okay, so now we're getting organized. Okay, so we have now our characters, right? Life purpose of.
That's one of your greatest strengths of Papa de Serra.
Characters library. Okay, now add to this database a origin story rich text property so that we have a list of like the origin story for every single character basically. Now, the hard part that I'm thinking of is where do we store the assets or the images? And I think we store it ultimately in the subpage. And whatever is the first primary one is that's what's going to be it. So let's start doing this, for example. Oh, there's a new feature here. Hold on a second. Oh, great. So we can even generate images in here. We can generate slides, diagrams, AI mockup. Holy shit, that's very powerful. Let's upload. Okay, and we're going to just start uploading the images. So from the business, we have now a brand folder. Okay, and these are the assets. So let's start off with, tell me what is the image that should be the number one image for, actually, you know what? Let's open that up. Let's open that up and let's go wide on this one. And let's zoom it in. Okay. And we're going to go the life purpose of, okay? And we're going to create a folder list for each character. So we have Papa de Serra. Okay, let's open that up, zoom that in.
I think if you go up here, you can enlarge the pictures.
We're not trying to enlarge the pictures. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to. Okay, there we go. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to store them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have Mama de Serra. Okay. So I'm going to find the images. We're going to take this. We're going to put this in here. And this is now Mama de Serra. Okay. And we're just going to do this for the rest of these. 1, 2. Okay. This is Mama, Mama. Okay, that is going to be Serra the Golden Dragon. Okay. Let's pop the Serra.
Of the red aura.
Okay, we have the Dark Overlords, the Peanut Gallery. We have Serra. Okay.
Group pictures.
Group picture.
The Peanuts, my homies.
Mm-hmm.
So many dragons.
Okay, we have Kittles, the sea.
That's just a random side character. Kittles. Did you give it the name Kittles?
Yeah.
Why Kittles?
I don't know. It just came to me.
There's a sweet tree called Kittles.
But that's actually Skittles.
Oh. Skittles.
Okay, that's the Angry Monster. Okay. And the last one here is Regis. I don't know what to say about Regis. I don't know.
It will come.
It'll come. Okay. So we got that organized. Okay. I'm sure there's a faster way to do this, but whatever for right now. Now what we got to look at here is let's go and upload these images. So let's go into the Serra the Golden Dragon folder. Okay. And let's take one as the base image. So the base image, gotta move that out the folder. That could be, I think, the base image for right now.
Wow, she literally has purple glasses.
Okay. Oh, I could probably even just drop all that in, honestly. Yep.
Oh, cool.
Great. So that's that one. Let's delete, because these are duplicates. This is a duplicate. Let's do, this is Mama. the guardian dog. Let's move her back here. There should only be one, exactly. Okay. And now let's just delete this one.
Mama the guardian dog who likes to sniff on poop.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Right, and we could even edit this with AI, so that's pretty good too. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna redelete this, re-upload it, because there's too many duplicates for me right here. Let's just get this back in. Whoops. No. What you doing? What the fuck? Ay. Yes. That's what I'm looking for here. Okay. Delete those. We just have one folder for the character. Okay. Now, let's zoom this back out. Let's go back here to this page. And now we have the brand image, right? So with this brand image, what do you want to set as the cover page for Soraya, the character?
Scroll down, please.
So this will be like the image where we use as a card, where you can see the entire...
Scroll back up. Up. Okay, the second one, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So check this out. So we have here a character sheet, okay? Now we have the character cards. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to settings. And we're going to go to the layout. And we're going to use the card preview of the page content. And we're going to see now Soraya here. We're going to put her in large and we're going to have her fit to media.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have her as a card, okay? And we're going to do the same thing for Papa de Soraya, Mama de Soraya, etc., okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got this, okay? And now we know for sure that the life purpose of these characters, I don't even know how it did this, if it created its own emoji or whatever, because I don't know if I could see this here. I don't think so. I think it was a custom emoji maybe. It doesn't matter. Oh, probably took it from here or some shit. I don't know. But either way, yeah, okay, it did. Okay. So either way, right now we have this one. Now let's create the next one. And the next one is going to be Mama de Soraya, age 33. Let's say 333. Let's have some fun here. We can always change it up in the future, no problem. Let's take all these images. Cool. Let's drop that in here. And I need you to tell me now, what is the brand image? What's going to be the base image for Mama de Soraya as like the picture card or whatever? So I just need you to, here, you scroll, you take the mouse, and now you scroll, and you tell me, okay? And I got to use the toilet, so you figure that out, and I'll be right back.
one. That one.
Okay. Hey, do you know where Mama is?
In my room. Should we bring her upstairs?
Nah, because then otherwise too much energy. I mean, unless you really, really want to. Otherwise, I would just avoid that as much as possible for right now, so we can focus.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Good thing is you have the sun coming in here.
Yeah. Okay, we just repeat that process. We just repeat the process. In the gallery. Okay, so this is our approximate universe as of right now. Okay, so now we have a character list. Okay, so we have to count all. And we're going to keep doing this as we go along, and we're going to keep iterating. Right. And so now let's create their origins. What's their role origin story? Right. So the anger monster is an antagonist. Okay.
What's an antagonist?
Antagonist is like bad guy. Serra is a protagonist. Mama Serra, protagonist.
What's a protagonist?
Good guy. Sidekick, Kittles, sidekick, Peanut Gallery, antagonist, Regis, protagonist, group and images supporting, right? So these are sort of like starting building blocks with what they are about and like what it is that they do and what's their origin story, basically. Okay. And again, in this universe, even the Peanut Gallery has a purpose. So now we have our cards here. These are our character cards. So let's say let's zoom this out here. There we go. So if we look at these characters and what they're about and what their stories are and why they exist, every single one of these characters has a purpose. They have something to offer. Even the Peanut Gallery, they all share something in common, and it's that they were created for a very specific reason. What is that reason? We must come to find out, and we must extract that knowledge out of them. Okay? So in this universe, no matter what, we will find out what is the origin story of each character and why they exist. What is their dharma? What is their thing? What are they here to do? Why does the Peanut Gallery exist in this universe? The Peanut Gallery, if you think about in terms of like lightness and darkness, Peanut Gallery is supposed darkness that gets transmuted into light. And how is that relevant to the new earth? How is that relevant to all the things that we've been talking about and learning about over the years? So this is the stuff that we have to decide for ourselves and to ask ourselves, well, what exists in this universe? Why would a Peanut Gallery exist? Whereas, let's say, like you had mentioned in The Simpsons, I'm sure that there was a reason why The Simpsons was created. And there's a reason why The Simpsons exists for 20 plus years, 20 plus seasons. They all share a story. Each character, they have their own stories, They're all going to have their own stories. They're all going to have their own issues. They're all going to have their own moments. Like there's a moment where Bart sells his soul and Lisa helps him recover his soul because he sold his soul. There's another episode where Bart gets a credit card and Santa's little helper, he uses Santa's little helper, the dog, to get the credit card under. And then he finds out that he has to pay all this stuff. So sometimes there are lessons to this. Sometimes there are morals to this, but you have to be able to extract the gold out of it. Just like in a moment of one's life where there is conflict, you have to extract what is the message behind that life experience. Otherwise, if you don't, what winds up happening, I think, is you kind of get yourself into this state where it's like, well, I don't know what's my purpose. I don't know what I'm here to do. I don't know why, any of these things exist. And if you don't know why any of these things exist, then how do you come out better on the other side? How do you then fulfill your purpose or not? And that's what the idea is behind these characters. So we already now have the building blocks of our universe. Okay. So we started here. We've got already a very good chunk of our building blocks right here. So we can always expand on this, but this could be like the starting set. And again, we can use real people and transform them into characters, just like we did with us. Okay. So we have now 9 characters. Basically, we have, 8. We have Regis, Peanut Gallery, Anger Monster. And we could even break this down as well.
Oh, on the 8th of March, we have 8 characters.
Yes. On the Peanut Gallery, we could even subdivide the Peanut Gallery. So the Peanut Gallery could be a clique. It could be its own group. And maybe there could even be a spin-off, the life purpose of the Peanut Gallery in the future. But for right now, the Peanut Gallery, we could have Larry the Peanut, Coco the Peanut, Bob the Peanut, right? Or Frau Menner the Peanut, or whoever the Peanut, right? And it's all these little people, right? It's all these little people that we can say these are real characters, these are fake characters, these are whatever characters. And we can tell the story around how they became part of the Peanut Gallery. And the cool, fun thing that we could do is we could say, how did someone join the Peanut Gallery? And let's just say hypothetically that the Peanut Gallery is the people that live in the Matrix. The people that have, that want to share a very limited consciousness. And in this Peanut Gallery...
Or let's say old Earth jobs.
Yeah, people that want to preserve and keep the old Earth alive. They are now the Peanut Gallery because they're thinking so small. And we can say that, someone gets sucked into the universe of the Peanut Gallery. And then the Peanut Gallery, it grows stronger by the day because they're living in fear. And the Peanut Gallery consumes people that are living in fear. But because they're consumed by the fear, they now are small, right? And when you when you leave the Peanut Gallery, or if you leave the Peanut Gallery...
How do you leave the Peanut Gallery?
How do you leave the Peanut Gallery? You leave the Peanut Gallery by awakening.
There it is. That's a story.
So, exactly. So that's the story, right? So we could even say like, maybe we were all part of the Peanut Gallery at some point. And we left the Peanut Gallery by awakening, by having a spiritual awakening or awakening to a level of higher consciousness where we ask ourselves, what's our purpose? Why are we here? Versus following whatever someone else. Because that's the idea behind the Peanut Gallery. The Peanut Gallery is for people that live by the status quo, and the Peanut Gallery is for people. It's the club where people go to basically kill their dreams
for an illusion of security.
And then they start to share the same opinions. They start to share the same opinions and the same mindset and the same thinking, which is why they're called the Peanut Gallery. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So
that we can also depict that the Peanut Gallery is in actuality just an illusion.
And the Peanut Gallery is actually an illusion. But the thing is that it seems very powerful because it's dark. You can't really see them, and they're all together sharing the same idea. So they're all basically saying the same thing, like how, your grandfather at one point in time was saying, how is it possible that you don't have a job? How is it possible that you're traveling and you don't have a job? Like shouldn't you get a job or something like this? Right? So he could have been part of the Peanut Gallery, or even, my relatives could have been part of the Peanut Gallery, because what were they talking about? A whole bunch of fucking nothing. A whole bunch of shit at the end of the day. And even Yolanda Serra, God bless her, she could have been she's part of the Peanut Gallery, right? Because what is she saying? Save your money, go to school, get good grades.
Go to school, get good grades. Be a nice boy.
But we're also not harassing anyone here.
Not harassing anyone.
Or
no,
judging anyone.
We're not judging anyone. We're not doing any of that. What we're doing, though, is we're telling a story.
Are we still live recording?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We're just telling the story that everyone has a story. Everyone once had a dream. Actually, let's actually write that down too. Okay, let's go here. Create another purpose. Property titled dream. Origin dream. And basically this is going to be the property that's going to describe what someone's origin dream was before they joined the peanut gallery. So again, we're not here to harass anyone. No, I'm not here to do that. No. But I guarantee you though, that before Yolanda Serra was my biological mother, she was a 5-year-old girl that had her own dreams.
Yeah.
You understand?
For sure.
So how did
she had that dream of the sound of music.
Exactly. Before, Sally Mae had joined the peanut gallery, she had the origin dream of what? Mm-hmm. What was her origin dream? Okay, that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. So if we're saying, again, using Yolanda Serra as an example, if she was 5 years old, she had an origin dream. Okay, I'm quite certain she had to have had a dream. I think everyone has a dream. Like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a rock star. I want to be a pop star. I want to be a this. I want to be a that. She probably had that too. But then what happened? The peanut gallery brainwashed her. The peanut gallery clipped her wings because maybe everyone was a dragon. Maybe everyone was a dragon and their wings got clipped because of the fucking peanut gallery. So can we create a story around that where there is a new earth coming and we're showing the life purpose of everyone, and we're here to remind everyone that everyone has a life purpose, even the peanut gallery. However, the peanut gallery is a consciousness and it makes you small, which is why peanuts are so fucking tiny, tiny.
They taste good though.
But you are getting
but a lot of people have allergies to peanuts,
and a lot of people have allergies to peanuts. Exactly. And if you eat and consume those peanuts, you get an allergic reaction, right? Because they're GMO. They're not authentic. They're fake now. A lot of peanuts are fucking fake.
That's why you only want to eat real food, by the way.
And that's why you only want to and that's another story. That's another moral, right? So think about that. The GMO peanut gallery is mass produced. It is generic. It is not unique. It is not the real thing. It's not the truth.
And it represents the opposite of who you truly are.
Exactly.
Which is also, the purpose of the polarity and the contrast on this planet. But you can always choose a higher reality. You don't need to buy into the polarity anymore.
And we can tell a story around how actually the peanuts get out of the peanut gallery. So think about that for a second. The peanut gallery is like a gang. It's like...
oh, wow. That's an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah, it's like a gang. You get sucked into the gang. Think about that. Because when you grow up, again, let's say Yolanda Serra, she grew up a certain way. Not judging it. I'm just saying, how I see it is she could have had dreams. She could have had something. But then her father, which we know in real life, is she had some issues there with the family life and everything. And her expectations or her model of reality started to shrink. So instead of like, I can be a singer, I can be a dancer, I can be a this, the whole world is open to me. Now all of a sudden it shrinks.
Yeah.
And so her consciousness shrinks. And what happens when again, that's why a peanut, because a peanut is fucking tiny. So when your consciousness shrinks, if it shrinks to the point where it's too small, you now become a peanut in the peanut gallery. Because now all you're doing is you're just repeating what the fucking peanut gallery is saying.
Oh, wait, pause here for a moment. Let that just sink in for a moment. You just described it so well. When your consciousness shrinks, you become small like a peanut. So it's all about expanding your consciousness, raising your consciousness to actually free yourself from the peanut gallery and to rise to your purpose. And we go full circle that it's all about the expansion and the ascension of your consciousness.
And that could be the moral of the story. And the moral
And
of
this could be a good short.
Yeah, and we can clip that. And so the idea here...
Clip that.
You don't have to say clip that. It's going to do it for us.
Automatically?
Yes.
Wait, really?
Yes.
With AI?
Yes. It's going to find the moments and it's going to clip it for us. And again, remember, we're doing 4 hours worth of live streaming. So in those 4 hours, we could have like 60 clips.
Wow.
That we can push out to YouTube Shorts, Instagram, TikTok, etc., etc.
That's powerful.
But that's at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
So we're already at 10 o'clock. So we have to, again, keep focusing because we have to finish this up here.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from with the Peanut Gallery. Is the Peanut Gallery is a group of, it's a consciousness. The Peanut Gallery, actually, let's write this out. So that Notion has it captured.
Where did you get the original term from?
We'll get there. Okay. We're going to focus in right now on the Peanut Gallery specifically. And so what I want you to do is for every blank property, I want you to fill it in based on what I'm telling you. Okay? So really organize this for us. Colon. Colon. So the idea behind the life purpose of show is that every character has a purpose, and that is intentional to remind us that every human being, every living thing, whoever watches has a unique purpose. And so the idea is that the Peanut Gallery is like a gang. It's a consciousness, and it's a very small-minded consciousness. And people get sucked into the Peanut Gallery when they have allowed the outer world to infect their mind and make them believe the illusion of the outer world that they cannot fulfill their purpose, they cannot fulfill their dharma. And so most people settle, and when they settle and then they shrink, and they shrink what their dreams are, then they automatically get sucked into the Peanut Gallery. And because a peanut is so small, when someone is shrinking in consciousness, they then literally transform into a peanut because their consciousness is not big enough anymore to handle an actual human body, a human vessel. So they literally become a peanut, and they join the dark side of the Peanut Gallery. Period. Every child, when they grow up, has a dream. Every soul that comes to planet Earth has a unique purpose. And that's the idea behind the show. That's the thesis for us. That's our hypothesis, is that everyone that is alive has a very unique purpose. But it is up to them to guard their mind and to raise their vibration and consciousness high enough so that they can become a mighty dragon and roar very loudly and possess magical powers, just like the golden dragons that are in the show. So if you're a golden dragon, you are already like in a high level of consciousness. And if you're not, you're just an ordinary human, but if, let's say, you shrink enough in consciousness, you now get sucked into the Peanut Gallery. And basically, as a peanut in the Peanut Gallery, you're brainwashed, and all you have to say is useless bullshit that you're basically copying and regurgitating from everyone else because you're part of the Peanut Gallery, period. So if someone says, oh, it's impossible to have alternative medicine that is regenerative medicine. Oh, it's impossible that you can heal on your own. Your consciousness shrinks enough and enough to where you now become a peanut in the peanut gallery, period. So I want you to now take that information and apply that to all the blank properties to fill out this spec sheet for the characters in the peanut gallery and what they're about and why they exist. That's powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you agree with that, but there we go. So that's our universe right there. So we have peanuts, we have as the peanut gallery, we have humans, etc. Now I'm going to tell you the origin story of the peanut gallery. I've heard this term. Well, what is this? Oh, that's old. How did that get there? Huh? Okay, let's refresh. And we'll also have to check to see if there's any like IP or copyright on that. Otherwise, we got to change the titling here behind the peanut gallery. Okay, so when it comes to the show, the life purpose of ... we're creating our universe of characters. And one of the main characters, which is actually a group, like a gang, it's called the Peanut Gallery, period. And the idea behind the Peanut Gallery is that this is a consciousness, an energy that basically keeps people small and stuck in a very low level of consciousness where it's impossible for them to fulfill their purpose and their dharma in life. I want you to do the following for me. I want you to research and tell me the origin of the Peanut Gallery and what that means. And I also want you to tell me if there's any copyright or IP issues with using that term, the Peanut Gallery. Period.
Mm.
Is that a copywritten term, or can we use that freely to express this consciousness? Express what this character set is? Question mark. Okay. So while that's doing that, let's go back over here into Notion. Okay. Perfect. What the fuck? This is not at all what I told you to do. Period. I told you to fill in the information for the Peanut Gallery. Why didn't you do that? Question mark. Once again, comma, use this information to fill out the property for maybe I should have done that. Okay, let's go back here to ChatGPT and let's play it.
Yes, in plain English. The phrase peanut gallery originally referred to the cheapest, rowdiest seats in vaudeville theater, especially the upper balcony, where spectators were known for heckling performers and sometimes even throwing peanuts. Over time, it evolved into the modern meaning, people giving unwanted, low-value, sideline criticism. It was also popularized later by Howdy Doody's Peanut Gallery audience. For your concept, that meaning actually fits very well. A force of small-minded commentary, mockery, distraction, and low-consciousness noise that keeps people from living their dharma. That said, there is an important nuance. Some modern language references note the phrase has classist and possibly racist historical undertones because of how cheap seat audiences were socially stereotyped, and in some tellings, the term overlapped with segregated seating history. So even though many people still use it casually, some audiences may hear it as dated or loaded. On the copyright side, you are in the clear. Short phrases, names, titles, and slogans are not protected by copyright under U.S. Copyright Office guidance. So the peanut gallery is not something someone can generally own by copyright as a phrase alone. The real issue is trademark, not copyright. A common phrase can still be protected as a trademark for specific goods or services if someone is using it as a brand name in a particular category. My quick search found that the phrase has been used by multiple businesses, and at least one peanut gallery trademark listing I found was abandoned, which suggests the phrase is not automatically locked up everywhere. But that does not guarantee it is free in your exact use case. Trademark risk depends on things like industry, class, geography, and whether your use could confuse people. For example, entertainment, animation, media, merch, publishing, toys, or streaming. My practical take, copyright problem, probably no. Trademark problem, possible, needs a proper clearance search in your actual categories. Branding problem, the bigger risk may be audience perception because the term can sound clever to some people and off-putting to others due to its history. Best move, if you love the concept, consider either 1. Keeping peanut gallery as an internal creative archetype, but 2. Slightly upgrading the public-facing brand name to something adjacent and more ownable. Examples, the Peanut Gallery, the Gallery of Smallness, the Peanut Gang, the Small Mind Syndicate, the Heckler Hive, the Noise Gallery, the Chatterlings. If you want, I'll do the next step properly and check trademark risk for the Peanut Gallery, specifically in entertainment, media, animation, merch classes, and then tell you whether it's smart to use publicly.
Okay. I think it's fine for now. And I think that's a term that most people are familiar with. Okay, there we go. Now I filled it out. I don't know why I didn't do that before, but here we go. So this is now the origin story. The peanut gallery operates like a social virus. It spreads through repeated phrases, mockery, and common sense that sounds smart but kills imagination. Their power grows when someone externalizes authority, stops listening inward, and chooses comfort over calling. Their weakness is truth spoken from a high vibration, original thought, courage, and disciplined mind guarding. The catchphrase, be realistic, that's impossible. Who do you think you are?
Oh.
Core values, conformity, cynicism, approval seeking, comfort, control. Episode 1, The Shrink. Oh, interesting. So there's already a potential episode right there.
Interesting.
One-line pitch. They're a small-minded hive consciousness that infects people with borrowed beliefs until they shrink into peanuts and join the gang. The origin dream. They once had countless unique dreams, but each member let the outer world define what was possible until the dreams shrank into nothing. The origins. Oh, I get some goosebumps out of that.
Let me reread that. Origin dream. They once had countless unique dreams, but each member let the outer world define what was possible Until the dreams shrank into nothing.
Origin story. The Peanut Gallery began as ordinary souls who each arrived with an original dream and a unique dharma.
Oh, wow.
Over time, they absorbed the outer world's noise, fear, comparison, ridicule, and realism. Every time a soul repeated a belief that was not their own, their consciousness tightened. They settled, they shrank. When their inner world became too small to hold a full human vessel.
Their bodies could no longer hold or carry the weight of purpose. They transformed into peanuts, a literal symbol of contracted consciousness. As peanuts, they were easy to program. They joined together into a gang-like hive, amplifying one another's doubts until it became a contagious chorus. Now, the Peanut Gallery hunts for anyone expanding their consciousness. They attack with recycled phrases designed to make a dream feel contagious, dangerous, childish, or impossible. Because if a dream stays alive, the spell breaks.
Ooh, because if the purpose stays alive,
the dream breaks. The spell breaks. Right? So their purpose and their dharma.
Well, your eyes are lighting up.
So are yours.
That's a good sign.
Okay. So it shows what happens when you stop guarding your mind. You trade your unique purpose for copy-pasted fear and conformity. Visual notes. A swirling cloud of tiny peanuts with little mouths, each one repeating the same phrases. Their eyes look half asleep, like hypnosis. Color palette, dull tan gray with a faint stickly green haze. When they speak, speech bubbles stack in identical lines. And that's them. But there is a leader. There is the gang leader of the Peanut Gallery.
Hold on a second. Scroll down. It says species type spirit. Did you set it that way?
I don't know. It just did this.
Okay.
And again, that's also a spiritual energy too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the next thing is if you had to estimate how old the Peanut Gallery would be in age, what would you estimate? ?
Hundreds of thousands of years.
Hundreds of thousands of years old, right? There you go. I'd estimate the Peanut Gallery is effectively ageless, but if we have to put a number on it, I'd set it to 1,000 plus years. So let's say 1 million years old or something like this. Reason, it is a collective consciousness hive mind that can accumulate across generations rather than one individual with a normal lifespan. If you want to feel tied specifically to this era, social media, then 100 to 200 years also works, but 1,000 plus makes it feel like an ancient, persistent force.
Age 1 million you have now.
Yeah. So there you go. There's the Peanut Gallery.
Okay.
So now we have these character cards. We know that the Peanut Gallery is a gang. And now we can have peanuts, little individual peanuts. Like we can base it off of real people, or we can base it off of, like obviously we don't want to say the real names of people or whatever, but we want to ideate to where we can even talk about like stories that have happened with us and apply that to the Peanut Gallery. So they're part of the Peanut Gallery. And what we don't know is basically like how in the Matrix, there's a Mr. Smith. Like, you know how there's a Mr. Smith in the Matrix? What if we're in the universe, we're in the Matrix already. We're in the Matrix already, but we're always having to guard our mind, right? Like Tony Robbins says, we're always having to guard our mind because there's peanuts everywhere. And we don't know if they're peanuts or not.
But you can sense it.
We can sense it, but we don't know exactly why, because they also have technology to camouflage. So while they're talking to us, they could look like humans, but in actuality, they're peanuts. And when we leave, then they let their guard down. They take off their technology camouflage, and we actually see that they're these little tiny peanuts that are operating these vessels.
Right, and that's where the illusion part comes in, because they're actually really, really small, but they have projectors which make them appear to be so big and influential to portray the illusion that they have power. But in actuality, they don't, because it's just a projector.
Yep. Hey, hold on. You just reminded me of something very cool. I just want to show you this real quick. This is exactly what you just reminded me of.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
the
it.
illusion was exposed.
Yeah, exactly. So that illusion is just that, an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So let's when we think about the peanut gallery, we think about these characters that they appear to have all this power, but in actuality, in the truth, they don't. It's all smoke and mirrors. And that's the idea behind like world governments and everything like this, you know?
But you see, that's exactly what I have been asking myself over the last months. If they don't have any power, then why was Serra taken still? Why isn't she with us then?
Why was Jesus crucified if he was God's son? If he was God, you know?
Yeah.
Why was that?
So then how can we say that they don't have power?
But then again, think about this for a second. If you remember how that scene in the Son of God movie when Jesus said like, "Oh, do you see this?" He was talking to the little girl and he said, "Oh, do you see this temple? Not one stone will be left standing." And then the Pharisees got threatened by it. It was like, what he's talking about? He's going to break the synagogue. He's going to destroy the synagogue. And da, da, da. Do you remember that? Okay. Now, think about this. Jesus, when he was crucified in that movie, right? Because I don't know. I wasn't there. When he was crucified, what happened? The temple, there was like like an earthquake or some shit that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened?
It got destroyed.
Right? So maybe that's a little bit too out there right now to think about, but what if God already knew what God had to do to, you know, create that? Maybe people do think that they have power, but they really don't. And it's just a matter of time before they get humbled.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What if? I don't know.
No, I mean, you can see it now, what's happening in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. With all the stuff, you know, in the media right now.
The peanut gallery gets humbled.
And again, what did you show me the other day? The thing about Prince whoever.
Yeah.
Right?
England.
Him facing what, criminal charges to go to jail for life?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, something along those lines.
So, you know, I think the moral of that is like,
and also his wife, like fighting cancer or what they said.
Who knows? Like, we don't know, right? We don't know. That's not our universe. That's not what we're concerned with right now. But I think the point is, because you just brought up the thing about Serra, well, why don't we have Serra if, you know, all the power is with the people or all the power is with God or whatever? Mm-hmm. But what if God has orchestrated it that way? What if God told you, hey, say no to doing the surgery because da-da-da-da-da, because God wanted to test your faith? What if God wanted to test your faith and your trust?
Yeah, we spoke about that with the Abraham story.
Exactly. So how would you know? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think we're ever gonna know until we're wherever we go after this. And maybe that's another thing about having faith and having trust in life and whatever. But getting back to the story, the universe, I think the idea is that we have this peanut gallery that seems to be all powerful, but in actuality, they are the Wizard of Oz.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. The thing though is that in the world, in the universe that we exist in for the life purpose characters, in that universe, the thing is to fucking guard your mind. Because if you don't guard your mind, the way that the world is set up is that it looks so real and it feels so real that you can get sucked up in the illusion. Which is why Papa de Soraya, in one episode, he almost got sucked into the peanut gallery because they did take the daughter or whatever, and he was struggling or whatever, and then he was visited by the anger monster, and he was fighting the anger monster to dissolve and transmute the anger monster, but then he almost lost the battle, and because he lost the battle, it almost shrunk his consciousness. And then he got, he could have gone to the peanut gallery or something like this, like there are those ideas that we can share, we could talk about, but it doesn't have to be so, like, we wanted to have, I would imagine, a purpose and an overall good moral to the story. We don't need to necessarily go into like, well, how is it God is so powerful? And then, our daughter, I don't think we need to go there. I just think we need to focus on, okay, well, there's a peanut gallery. There is an opposition. The peanut gallery represents the old earth. The golden dragons, like you were mentioning, the dragons are coming back. Well, why is that a term? You would have to explain that. But how I understand it is that the golden dragons are representatives of being guardians of the earth.
Of the golden earth.
Of the new earth of the golden earth.
Of the golden age.
Of the golden age.
Exactly.
Right? So we need to talk about that, right? So there's the Dragons Guild, or
the purpose of the golden dragons in the golden earth.
Oh, I got it. I got another character set.
Oh yeah.
I got another character set. Hold on a second. So there's, how there's the peanut gallery. Now there's the dragon's den or something like this. The dragon's circle or some shit. I don't know. Okay. Now, check this out. Okay. You know how I created the peanut gallery and I said, here's their origin story. Here's what they're about. Do you have any ideas about what the dragons are about? The dragon circle.
Golden Dragon Order.
The Dragon Order. There you go. The Dragon's Golden Order. The
Golden Dragon Order.
The Golden Dragon's Order. Okay, cool. What's their story about? And I want you to, if you want to, otherwise I do it for you, but otherwise
let me give it a try. Yeah. So the Golden Dragon's Order is a symbolic order of golden dragons who are cosmic, ancient, spiritual masters in the form of golden dragons, and they were summoned to be coming to the earth, to Mother Gaia at this time, to bring in the ascension for Mother Earth and for humanity. And these are guardians of the new earth. These are guardians of the golden age, and that's why they are golden. And they are basically bridges of heaven and earth. And they are very sentient beings. They are very powerful, but also very loving and very wise. And that's basically the gist of it.
We're getting there. So in this universe, the Golden Dragon's Order is the exact opposite of the peanut gallery. where the peanut gallery has a very small consciousness, the golden dragon order exists for the purpose of encouraging and manifesting people's dreams and purpose and helping them fulfill their dharma, because the golden dragon order is a select private group of golden dragons that were summoned by Earth to bring in the new Earth / the golden age at this time of humanity's awakening. You're going to take this story now and you're going to apply all that information to this page for the Golden Dragon Order, and you're going to fill out all of the properties, and you're going to give an approximate age of the Golden Dragon's Order. Okay, so now what are we seeing? Now we're seeing two opposing forces. So we're seeing the light side, the Golden Dragon's Order, and now we're seeing the dark side, the Peanut Gallery. The Golden Dragon's Order is a group of collective dragons that are so powerful and so mighty that they exist, and they exist at such a high altitude, and they're multidimensional, so you cannot see them if you're not at that specific consciousness. And they can fly super high, they can ascend super high, just like the golden eagle. And chickens can't fly to match that altitude, or crows can't fly to match that altitude, right? They will simply fall off. Mm-hmm. That's the same thing with the peanut gallery. The peanut galleries, they want to fly. They've heard of the mighty dragons. And the only time that they ever see the dragons is when the dragons, the Golden Dragon Order, and every member of the Golden Dragon Order, the Golden Dragons, they decide to make themselves visible.
Say the last part again. The peanut gallery can only?
The peanut gallery is only able to see a golden dragon that is a part of the Golden Dragon Order if the Golden Dragon chooses. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Yeah, and also the golden dragons are able to move around the peanut gallery if they choose to for whatever reason or purpose, but the peanut gallery is not able to go up to their space.
Mm-hmm. So now this is the spec sheet basically, or this is the outline of the Golden Dragon Order. The order operates quietly and selectively, appearing when a soul reaches a threshold. The moment they choose inner truth over outer noise. Their work is to elevate vibration, restore discernment, and help people turn purpose into lived reality. They oppose the peanut gallery not by fighting it, but by raising consciousness so the spell cannot stick. Catchphrase: remember your dream, guard your mind, become the bridge. Core values: love, wisdom, courage, service, truth, sovereignty, compassion. Episode 2, summoned by Gaia.
Like that.
Right? One-line pitch: a private order of cosmic golden masters, dragon masters, summoned to Earth to guard the golden age and help souls manifest their purpose and dharma. Whoa. Their origin dream: to serve Mother Gaia and humanity as guardians of the new Earth by awakening purpose, protecting consciousness, and anchoring the golden age.
Oh, wow.
Their origin story: the Golden Dragon's Order is an ancient cosmic lineage of spiritual masters who chose the form of golden dragons to embody both power and unconditional love. They exist as living bridges between heaven and earth, beings whose consciousness is wide enough to hold truth, magic, and service at the same time.
We need to add one word here, though. Scroll up. We need to add who embody power, wisdom, and unconditional love. Because they're very, very wise.
Mm-hmm. At this turning point in humanity's awakening, Mother Gaia summoned the order to Earth to assist the ascension, protecting the frequency of the new Earth, guarding the pathway into the golden age, and strengthening humanity, human beings who are ready to remember their dharma.
That's powerful.
Each dragon's presence amplifies what is highest in a soul, the original dream, and dissolves the hypnotic fog of the peanut gallery. Where the peanut gallery shrinks people into borrowed beliefs, the Golden Dragon's Order expands people back into their real identity, creators with purpose. The purpose dharma. When consciousness expands through love, discipline, and truth, a soul becomes a bridge between heaven and earth and can embody their highest purpose. Whoa. Their visual notes: radiant golden dragons with soft solar light, ancient runes along their scales, and calm, luminous eyes. Their presence feels like warmth and clarity. When they speak, the air shimmers like sunlight through clouds, symbol a golden spiral halo with a bridge motif. And the species type is a spirit. It's like a consciousness, okay? So this one, again, we're going to say that the dragon's order is as old as the peanut gallery because they both have to exist at the same time. They both have to exist at the same time because one cannot exist without the other. Isn't that interesting?
That's what you say.
Why not?
Okay.
Oh, it's up to you. It's up to you, however you want to do it. But I think the way that I see it is that obviously if there's, in this timeline that we're in consciousness, if there is light, there's also dark. There's, so for every light, every bit of light, there's also darkness. And they were created at the same time. That could be a thing. Like how actually do they exist? They exist at the same time. Mm-hmm. Because one cannot live without the other. So as much as there is a peanut gallery, there is the dragon order. But the ultimate destiny of both is to combine and dissolve completely into oneness. So that they no longer exist because they fulfilled their purpose of helping the human race awaken to their purpose.
So they would just meld into oneness again.
Yes.
Wow, interesting.
So they would melt into
wow, you just
non-polarity.
Yeah, you just hit the nail with that.
Just an idea.
No, it's beautiful because I don't necessarily want the story to be about
good versus
war
evil
or fight or polarity.
Exactly.
I don't want to put the focus on that at all. I want to put the focus on, hey, there is a purpose in the darkness, there is a purpose in the light.
Exactly.
And ultimately we are all ascending into oneness.
Exactly. And that's where I'm coming from.
That's beautiful.
That's my thinking. So
that is good.
There is conflict right now at this stage because there's the transition from the old earth to the new earth. But the dragon's order or the dragon's code is that eventually they know that they were born to die. They were born to be dissolved into oneness. Mm. And so they're not, their agenda is not to destroy the peanut gallery. Mm. Their agenda is to raise humanity's vibration and consciousness. Mm-hmm. The peanut gallery exists to keep people small because of fear. But the ultimate destiny of the dragons know that there is only love. That's their truth. Mm. And because that's their truth, or they're in unconditional love, they have enough love to sacrifice their vessel for the greater good of humanity. Mm. Because they know something very special about humans. And they know that humans have incredible powers, but that the powers have been dormant because of the fog, because they have been blinded by the veil, the illusion of the outer world. That's the idea.
That reminds me also to Serra and how the cataracts in the dragon's eyes, it also had a purpose, but they were lifted.
Yeah.
So that could be another story.
100%. 100%. That could be totally another story. Let me do something right over here to make it a little bit more dynamic. Give me 1 second.
I like how you're bringing in your own spark and your own insights.
Yep. Give me 1 second, guys.
This lights me up. You light me up so I can fly on the mountains. Can I use this microphone to sing?
Yeah, you can.
Is
sing.
that like a singer microphone too?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a high quality microphone. Mm-hmm. Hold on a second. Let's.
Oh yeah, Mama the Soraya, she also loves to sing. So she's gonna sing too.
Cool. Okay, now this is a split screen. And what we're going to do here is we're going to add a view here or a specific scene for the foot pedal. And what I'm thinking here is Yep, maybe. Yeah, it would basically just be reversed. Okay, let's give that a shot here. Okay, we have wide, we have split, we have you, we have me. Cool. Cool. So we can be, again, interacting back and forth. Now we have another scene which adds more dynamic to what we're doing here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now we can just see different angles and, we got some different vibes going on here. And unfortunately, the lighting in this room is such that this is, this is how it's going to look, right? So if we had this off, for example, it would look even worse. Exactly, yeah. Because again, remember that this is exactly. So this is a higher aperture camera and it's a webcam. And because it's a webcam, it's really, really good. It's really, really good, I think. But the thing is that it needs a lot of light. So if because of the angling and the physics of this room, the way that it's set up is you have light from behind you.
Yeah, right.
So if we have light from behind us and then we have light coming in the opposite way, you're not going to be able to do anything. It's not going to make that much of a difference, honestly, but
I could put a towel on there.
Yeah, you could. If you can figure out like a blackout thing, that's a possibility.
Or we could also maybe put, no, that's going to be too big.
No, you couldn't. So we couldn't basically do like the opposite way where the cameras are here. It would be not possible. So in the future, hopefully with the next studio version 2, we have a setup where we can be, what's the word I'm looking for?
More enlightened.
Yeah, I guess more like, the light is coming forward.
Yeah.
So the light is shining on us. And what I want to do for these soft boxes, so if you can see these, whoops, what we're doing here. If you can see these soft boxes that we're using, these were like simple. They were under 90 euros, which is great. What I want to get is I want to really invest in lights because I actually see the importance of having bigger lights. So I want to get a big, it's called an octabox. And it can be like 100 centimeters. It can be really, really big. We can make it like 80 centimeters, 100 centimeters. But the bigger the light source is, like the better diffused it is, and the more that it spreads, so that it has a more richer look to it. And if we have, a window where we have the light, or we have a studio where there is no light, and we're just with that light source on us, it would have a very cinematic effect. So it would look like movie quality, basically. So we already have like the best microphones. Now imagine you combine that with the lighting and all that stuff, and we got the camera's fine. Like I would never get another like there's no need to, unless it's like a 8K 120 frames per second or something like this. But otherwise, a 4K 60, this is perfect. We just need, the good lights, and it'll be good to go. And you can do so much with that. And plus, too, we're going to use AI and doing overlay and all that stuff. So there's no need to get, or invest in, mirrorless cameras and all that shit. And I personally, I wouldn't want to. I really enjoy, even though this is a little bit complex, but this is significantly simpler of a setup than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have done that. Do we need a 5-minute break to get up and like shake out our legs or something like this?
I'm good.
You're good? All right. This is the last hour. So this is the final stretch here. And now let's take a look at the next bit of this process here. And the next thing that we're going to need to look at is, so we've got our universe now. Okay. We've got the Golden Dragon's Order. We've got the Peanut Gallery, etc. Let me open this up. Let me export this to ChatGPT because I don't know what kind of image rendering the Notion AI would do. And plus it already kind of has, ChatGPT already has our kind of like brand style, right? Or like our image style. And again, we can also refine that too, so that it's a little bit more mature, kind of like a Dragon Ball Z-ish meets Sailor Moon or whatever. But let's put this up here. Okay, let's go into here. Okay, so now remember, we go / create image, generate an image of what the Golden Dragon's Order would look like based on the information in the PDF and what you would kind of gather the Golden Dragons would look like based on what you know about our story line so far. Okay, and then we just let that generate its image. How are we doing so far?
Good.
You enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
God, I hope so.
You?
Yeah. I think this is more therapeutic for me, actually. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah.
Like if I can make fun of the situation a bit, you know,
Find a creative outlet for it.
exactly. Like make it more light, you know, because it's been really, really heavy for me.
Do you feel that you're alchemizing it?
Yes.
With that?
Yes.
That's powerful.
Yes. Oh.
Wow. You're in the middle.
But why am I in the middle here?
Well, Ali's ChatGPT. I think it's good.
Oh, that's badass. Who is that dragon with the beard, though?
Maybe that's the old version of you.
That's badass.
Well, remember, the Dragon Order has many dragons.
It's true.
And we don't have all of the dragons in our story yet. Maybe we will.
That's
Maybe they will make themselves known and their true purpose, and then they come to lifepurpose.com.
And that's why every guest that comes onto the show could be a dragon, because they've already fulfilled their purpose and they're a dragon coming onto the show to talk about their thing, and we make them into a dragon, part of the Dragon's Order.
You got it. You got it.
Yes.
You got it for real, though.
Maybe.
Yes. You just dropped the code line. Because the Golden Dragon Order also has a collective purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So they know about each other.
Yes.
And they recognize each other through frequency.
Yeah, and we can take
and also we communicate with them like in the spirit world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we're like, hey, we're gathering up, so we're changing locations, and then one dragon tells the other dragon and communicates it to the other dragon, because the Golden Dragon Order is like a group consciousness.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that's exactly. It's the opposite. It's the exact opposite of the peanut gallery.
Yeah. So what one golden dragon does also influences and impacts the other golden dragons.
Oh, that's badass. Look at that. The Golden Dragon's Order. Dun, dun, dun.
Should we create another image with many more dragons?
I would just say leave this as a starter, as a first draft.
Yeah.
Because what we need to move on, number one. And number two is we just want to have we want to assemble this pipeline. Okay. And that's what basically we're doing. We're assembling a pipeline of characters. And what we're going to do is when we ship out episodes, we're shipping out in a very assembled way, so that way we can create at scale. Okay. So there's more to this. There's much more. There's much more. But let's go back here. So we have here Papa de Serra, Mama de Serra, Mama the Guardian Dog, Peanut Gallery, Serra the Golden Dragon, Anger Monster, right? Do we have all these characters here? Yes, we do. Serra the Golden Dragon, Anger Monster. Okay, cool. Now, the next thing that we have to focus on is we have the who's. Okay? We have the who's. And we also have, for the most part, the what's. So we literally just created this universe where we have both now the Peanut Gallery and we have the Golden Dragon's Order. And in real life, how it will work is I can see how this morphs into us having people on the podcast. And they're, like a Stefanos or Preston Smiles or, a Garen Jones. And they come onto the show.
Or Shannon Rogers.
Or, and they're already golden dragons. And the reason why they're golden dragons is because they're fulfilling their purpose or whatever. And they hear the call because they know inherently they're part of the Dragon's Order or whatever. So they hear the call. They already know what their purpose is. Okay. And they come onto the show in real life. And they're here in the studio with us. And they're here for 4 hours and we're creating this episode together.
Oh, and we're creating a character with them while recording it live.
Yes.
How cool is that?
We're creating their character as part of the Dragon's Order. And we're adding it to that spec sheet.
And we are also broadcasting that.
Yes. And
you had already planned this, right?
Yeah.
You're not just putting this out spontaneously.
No. It just came to me. So this is what I was
Cool.
This is what I was trying to say last time is because you wanted the podcast, right?
Yeah.
So you wanted the podcast where you're doing like this one-to-one thing, but honestly, that's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Right? Versus, okay. And also,
and that's a lot of people who already like do all of this.
Exactly. So we need to come in fucking so unique. No, you know, because hey, look, anyone could fucking do this now. This is not the secret sauce.
Yeah.
So what is the secret sauce? The secret sauce is being able to create at scale and to use AI and to use the tools now and to use a lot of creativity. This is why I told you we are now in the era of massive. Anyone could fucking code now. It's not special. It's nothing magical now. And you could even see it with like paychecks, you know, before a coder, you know, in 2011, 2012, a coder could have made $120,000 a year, not a college graduate, etc. in a time where the fucking economy was shit. Now a coder entry level, and that was entry level. Now a coder entry level, you gotta have like a fucking internship, you gotta have a portfolio, and it's like your entry level salary is like less than 40,000 or some shit. So there's nothing secret about that. There's nothing special. We're in the age where because there's so much stimulus, there's so much competing forces for people's attention. I do think it's whoever is very creative and whoever makes an emotional human to human connection with people, that's the secret sauce. How do you connect with people? That now is out of my hands. I just think to myself, if we can involve people, like how we said, that could be something, but we have to be diligent and we have to be disciplined enough to meet up every single week. And that's where it takes trust. Yeah. We have to have trust and consistency. And if we have those two, I think that's going to be the winning formula for us.
The trust and the consistency.
Exactly.
Yeah, they go hand in hand, don't they?
Exactly. And the only way that you build the trust is by being consistent. You know? The only way that people are going to be like, yeah, I'm going to fucking listen to you is because they know you. You know, they know you and they're like, yeah, I know this episode. I know this show. And that's what you're looking for. That's the sauce right there. So with the podcast thing, because you were not willing to, and this is nothing to be offended. And it's fine, you know, because it's fucking work. Regardless of what you do, regardless of whatever you do in life, it's always going to be work. You have to accept that, you know, and there's going to be times where it's going to be like, there's going to be shit about it that you hate and there's going to be stuff about it that you really love. So if you're not willing to reach out to people and make that connection and get people onto the podcast or whatever, but you want to build this thing, well, we have to innovate somehow. And this is the best way that I thought of innovating is we have us doing this for right now. We create these characters. We get momentum going by having guest participation, people live streaming. And I told you the thing earlier about the NFTs. We can have these limited edition, first edition character cards that get minted on the blockchain as an NFT, and they're actual like character cards. And we can distribute that to people that are participating in the live stream. And that could be worth something someday. Just like the V-Friends stuff that I told you about, just like the Pokemon cards, that stuff is worth a lot of money. There's like a fucking Pikachu card that's like $1 million or something like this. Yeah, exactly. So we can do something like that. And again, it's getting guest participation, it's getting people in there. But we grow this thing enough with, again, shorts, leveraging the content, creating these stories where now all of a sudden we have guests coming on in real life to create with us. And we incentivize them as well by saying, hey, you know, we've got this audience, we've got this reach, come have fun with us. Let's create this stuff together and let's talk about the new earth, whatever. And we also promote what you're doing. We promote their purpose. We promote whatever they're doing and we storify that. We make that a story. And we let the guests also co-create. So it's the guests and the audience co-creating together a story. Like what happens next in the story? What happens next? We know that Garen Jones, for example, he comes into the show. We've got Garen the Mighty, right? And he's on the show. And he's telling his story about how, you know, Garen was once a peanut in the peanut gallery, and he was
put into a washer machine when he was 4 years old.
He was put into a washing machine when he was 4 years old, and then
By a stranger.
And then he fucking
It's
was
a real thing.
Huh?
It's a real thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he was in a washing store, you know, like in the USA.
Mm-hmm.
You go to wash your laundry in like a store thing. And he was there when he was 4 years old, and a guy asked him, "Hey, do you want to go to Disneyland?" And he put him in the washer. Garen Jones, he spoke about this. Sorry for laughing. It's just, I know it's not funny, but just the visuals in my head, it's like how crazy that someone actually does that. So Garen Jones, he created a song he creatively expressed to transmute that trauma when he was a boy. And he created a song about this, and I just remember that. So
That's
like what
fucking
we're
crazy.
doing with the story with Soraya, we're alchemizing what happened.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. He created a song, and he was, through the song, forgiving the guy who put him in the washer when he was a kid.
Oh my God, that's fucking terrible.
I know.
That is horrible.
It's crazy that someone would do that.
But that again, that's what I told you too.
It was a peanut.
It was definitely a fucking peanut. And okay, so imagine we have Garen Jones, and he's either telling that story or he's telling the story of him living out of his car, and then he had that moment with his book, Change Your Mindset, Change Your Life, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, God, please tell me what my purpose is. And, and he got so fed up with being in the peanut gallery that all of a sudden he became human, and then he ascended to becoming a legendary dragon.
And then and that was his way out of prison because he ascended his consciousness.
Exactly.
Oh wow.
Exactly. So we can have people like that tell their story in a very storified way, because everyone's got a life story. We can have people come on, tell their story, make it into a character, introduce them to the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe that also inspires them to create NFTs in their own universe. And we mint, at the end of every episode, we mint a character card, an NFT, sell it on the blockchain, and then we can get commissions and royalties together. You know, we can work together to create these character cards, limited edition, like one of one, et cetera, you know, like that's a possibility. I don't know, you know, it's, you have to be a willing co-creator for that. And same thing with the audience, you know, like, well, what happens next? Who's the next character? Who is the next audience? Who's the next character that comes into the thing? And then we can also then have times where there are peanuts, right? Where the audience could even be like, who's a peanut, right? And they can share a story. They can come onto Zoom or whatever. We have a Zoom call and we live streaming it, and they can tell a story of a peanut. And they can be like, you know, I know this person X, Y, and Z. They don't disclose the real name of the person, but they disclose, okay, let's just call them, you know, Jimmy the Peanut, right? And Jimmy the Peanut told, you know, Susie whatever, that she sucked at singing. And as a result, Susie became a fucking peanut because she believed what the fucking Jimmy the Peanut already said. You know?
Yeah.
So like if someone says, oh, you cannot sing, you suck at singing, and then they believe that versus saying, hey, you know, I just need to do push-ups. I just need to do reps. I just need to get a fucking vocal coach. I just need to practice, you know?
Yeah.
What if they really believe that and they think, oh, I'm fucked. I have no ability. I have no whatever. And that's their purpose. Then they join the peanut gallery. You know, they wind up shrinking and then fucking, you know, trying to be like, okay, well, what else can I do with my life then? And then they meet failure after failure after failure, and then they join the fucking peanut gallery because they believed what someone told them was the truth, when in actuality they just needed push-ups. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that could be an idea for creating peanuts, and peanuts could even have their own episodes too. You know, so dragons can have their own episodes where dragons actually come, because again, I'm not going to be around a fucking peanut. You know, I'm not going to be around a peanut and creating an episode with a peanut. I'm going to be creating an episode with a fucking dragon. Right. So I'm going to allow a golden dragon like a Garen Jones or a Stefan Stefanos or whatever, or Lisa Nichols, I'm going to allow them into our studio. I'm going to allow them into our reality. They are welcome to come into our world. So Lisa Nichols, Gary Vaynerchuk, Garen Jones, Tony Robbins, the list goes on. Gabby Bernstein, Marie Forleo, for sure. If you are ever watching this, you are welcome to fucking become dragons on our podcast and join the
Golden Dragon Order.
The Golden Dragon Order. Okay. So if that ever happens, Vishen Lakiani, come and join the Golden Dragon Order. And let's create characters and let's create these universes. Mr. Beast, Alicia Keys, I Show Speed, Logan Paul, like the whole list goes on. But let's just Jake Paul, Logan Paul.
Oh, and Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji.
We
need characters on them.
Yes.
And about the center of Akam.
For sure.
Which is like a dragon center point.
For sure. It's a ley line. It's a chakra point or something like this. It's an energy point. We can talk about that too. So we have these characters coming onto these shows. Those are the dragons. They're part of the Dragons Order. And they're here talking about like, you know, the New Earth or whatever. And the list goes on and on and on. Okay. And we have these dragons speaking about their story, and we have the audience also participating in.
And Dr. Lee, the spiritual psychologist.
Yep, Dr. Lee. We have all these people talking about what is their purpose, their origin story. They share their origin story
and how they turn from peanut to the purpose.
Yes, or maybe they were always a dragon, you know, or maybe they were a peanut. And then they became a dragon.
Well, if I would understand it in a way that if you had a job in the old Earth matrix, then in a sense you were a peanut, wouldn't you say?
I don't know. I don't know. That's something that you can decide for yourself, whatever you want. If you want to say that someone who has a job or who had a job and now they decided not to anymore.
Like I then was a peanut. I had a job.
Oh, I definitely, and I probably still sometimes become a peanut.
You see?
You know, I'll be honest. But at the same time, I mean, like I've been on this entrepreneurial journey for like 17 fucking years. So, you know.
But also we need to distinguish as well, because there are many people who actually have jobs and work for others who are not peanuts.
Yeah.
So we need to figure out where the line is here.
That's for you to decide. I've already given you a whole bunch that you can run with. And again, you don't have to keep any of this. You can scrap it, whatever. I'm just giving you the seeds here that you can now germinate and you can grow or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So in terms of what happens now in our pipeline is we already know the who, we already know the what. Okay, so
are you now fertilizing me?
I'm always right. We're always doing it, right? That's why you got Regis and Soraya. And maybe we got a Hemma or whoever. So we have in the future. That's in the future, though, you know. And again, it depends on our execution and our ability to execute. I don't think it's anything that's like wow or whatever. I just think it's our ability to execute and make it happen. Mm-hmm. And I think the best way we make it happen is like, hey, there's two of us. Let's work. Let's use our hands. Let's move our ass. And let's create these characters. We already have 10 characters now in this little universe. And if you look at The Simpsons, if you look at a Family Guy, there's like 5 characters to the Family Guy. There's 5 characters to The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And now we have more than that. And we base it off of real life. So there's Bart, Lisa, Maggie, Marge, Homer, Santa's Little Helper. In our universe, the life purpose of, there's Papa de Soraya, Mama de Soraya, Soraya the Golden Dragon, the Peanut Gallery, the Angry Monster, and Mama the Guardian Dog, and we have Kittles the Siebenschläfer. Mm-hmm. So we already have that starting universe. Mm-hmm. And just like I showed you with Ned Flanders and Mo Sizlak from The Simpsons, we have Garen Jones. We have
Not to compare Garen Jones with Flanders.
Not what?
I said not to compare Garen Jones with Flanders from The Simpsons.
No. But to say like, hey, we have a Garen Jones who's, a supporting, he comes onto the show, and he's there for that episode. And maybe if he comes back, then there's another episode that's done on him. So every single time a guest, an actual real human guest comes onto the show, the episode is based on them. Mm-hmm. Okay. We are main characters in the thing because we're always in every single episode because we have to do it. Right. But a Garen Jones is a side character in the universe where he shows up and then the focus of the episode is all on him. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's how I see it. Right. So like how The Simpsons, they have Homer's the main character. Homer and Marge are usually the main character. And then there's episodes dedicated towards Bart, the episode dedicated towards Lisa, and that's the constant, right? Episodes dedicated to Maggie and Santa's Little Helper. Sometimes Ned Flanders, he's the star of the show. Sometimes Mo is the star of the show. Sometimes Barney is the star of the show. Edna Krabappel sometimes is the star of the show. The teacher, exactly, yes. So usually,
Krabappel, yeah. I just remembered her.
Yeah, exactly. Now.
That's weird.
Yeah. So So that's the idea behind this. Let me think. What else is there?
So you have been hatching this idea for a while.
Not this necessarily, but I've been thinking to myself, hey, look, I'll be damned if we have all this debt because you invested in cryptocurrency, and then what if nothing happens with that? We're a down payment for a house, and then at the end of the day, still, we don't have a lifepurpose.com studio. That's insane. That doesn't make any sense at all. We got to get to work. So again, I told you the whole thing last week. What has been going on over these months. There's no need to go back into that. But yeah, it was just, hey, Gabriel, we got to take action. I get it. You want to not be operator. I get it. But for right now, you got to just move your ass. That's it.
Move your dragon ass for now. Move your dragon ass for now.
Make sure that you speak into the thing, okay?
Yeah.
So they can hear you. Okay. So having said that, let's now screen share again. Okay, and let's go back over here. We're almost done. Okay, let's really maximize this time that we have. Yeah. And if we need to get up and get into a good state, we gotta get in a good state. Then let's do it.
I'm in a good state.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we've identified the who, the what, to an extent. Now let's actually solidify this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right, chat because Notion isn't so smart. Okay. I'm going to screenshot this and I'm going to ask for a property schema. Okay. All right, so let's get the property schema going now. And let's say hello to whoever's watching. Hello to whoever's watching. God bless you. Join us in creating this massively successful show called The Life Purpose Of. So now what we need your help with is I need you to audit and transcribe the text that's on this screenshot, period. What we're doing right now is we're creating kind of like the basis of what this show is. And I want you to convert this information into a database with a property schema and the official entries that I can then feed to Notion AI and have Notion AI fill out for us. Okay. So basically we see, so basically what I need from you is I need like the nuts and bolts of how to create a show and some stories. And I basically wrote out who, comma, what, comma, where, comma, when, comma, why. When, ... I think let's go with the basis of our show and ask and fill out the following questions like who, comma, what, comma, when, comma, why, comma, how, comma, where. Does that make sense? Question mark. And basically what I want you to do is I want you to take everything that we've been talking about with the life purpose of ... show, and I want you to morph that into the fields and the content information that ChatGPT needs to tell Notion AI needs to be filled into this database, period. And so the idea behind the show, just to recap, is that we are going to pivot the Life Purpose podcast from being a human-only podcast into a cartoon/human-based podcast, where if, let's say, for example, we have a Tony Robbins come onto the show in real life, comma, we're basing an episode based on him, and he becomes a dragon, a golden dragon in the golden dragon order. And the whole episode, whenever we do a podcast, is going to all be, he's going to be the star of the show, basically. And we're going to find out his origin story. And we're also going to use the audience to live stream with us and tell us what happens in the story with this character. So we know the origin story of a character, we know their purpose, we know their dream, and we kind of figure out how did they become a dragon. And then the audience tells us, where does he go from here? Like what happens? What's the thing that happens in the episode where he is assisting and supporting a peanut from the peanut gallery ascend and become a dragon as well, where they discover their purpose, period. And so the whole show is about helping people find, live, and fulfill their dharma, fulfill their purpose, period. And then we have the conflict, which is the peanut gallery, which is the consciousness. So we've already talked about that. And we talked about how the consciousness of the peanut gallery is so small that it basically sucks people, especially kids that have dreams, into being a peanut, where basically if you become a peanut, you're just copying what everyone else is doing versus doing your own thing. Whereas if you're a dragon, you're basically figuring out your unique message, your brand, your style, what you want to share with the world, and you're helping elevate human consciousness, because we're in the era of bringing in the new earth. And so that's the idea behind the story. And we have already the universe of characters. We have like 10 characters. And then we also have the golden dragons order. And then we also have the peanut gallery. And the unique thing about the dragons order and the peanut gallery is that they cannot exist without one another. So they both, in a weird way, serve one another until they no longer have a purpose. And the end of the show, or whenever we get to the end is basically that everything dissolves into oneness. But we never get to that point because this is going to be like the never-ending story. Just like the never-ending story movie, it's always going to be going. This show is always going to be going until Hemma and we pass away. But the idea is that the dragons know that at some point they're going to no longer exist, because they will merge with the peanut gallery, just like the Matrix, where Neo and Mr. Smith have that moment where they join and become one, and then the entire Matrix breaks and a brand new world is being created. So that's the idea behind this, period. The ultimate destiny of the Golden Dragon Order and the Peanut Gallery is to merge into oneness, to help humans ascend beyond polarity, because they know that their ultimate purpose is to serve humans and the human race to ascend into a higher level of consciousness, because humans are at the stage of consciousness in the new Earth era where they will become interplanetary. And this would be like a story, like the fable, like the idea behind why everything all exists the way it does is because humans have been on Earth for so long and they've been confined in their own little world that they had to wait until they evolved into a certain level of consciousness and have a certain amount of light and frequency and vibration before they can interact with other beings from other planets and become interplanetary. And now, as we bring in the golden age and we're now transitioning into the new Earth, humans are now being faced with the responsibility of becoming interplanetary and interacting with other life. So eventually we may have episodes like humans meeting Arcturians or Syrians or Palladians, or figure out their own origin story, and that the Golden Dragon Order and the Peanut Gallery is ultimately assisting the human race to evolve into a higher vibration and frequency and consciousness, period. And then we also have our characters or whatever. But basically what I need you to do is I need you to fill out all that information and basically give me a database where we have line items of the who, what, where, when, why, or even just a PDF, like a summary sheet of what this story is about and like the outline of the story, period. And I want you to also include how we're going to have guests on the show, like real dragons, like a Garen Jones, a Tony Robbins, a Lisa Nichols, a Marie Forleo, et cetera, and how they come onto the show in real life and we create these episodes based on them. The audience tells us, because we're doing live streams, what happens in their universe, what happens in this universe, where does the character go, how do they assist in helping a peanut evolve their purpose and becoming and stepping out of the peanut gallery and being brainwashed by the peanut gallery and become a dragon, period. And I'm thinking too that we have the live stream going, so we have audience participation, we have the people that are here in real life, the guests that are here in real life, and we're creating this story together. And then at the end of the show, we're creating a AI animated episode in minutes where the final product is a short or a long form, a short and a long form, or a long form and several shorts, basically telling their story and telling what happens in the story. And we can mint an NFT card out of the live guests that come onto the show. And that could be for sale, for auction or whatever, to, help with the charity or help their business, help our business or whatever. I don't know. But that's pretty much it, period. Now, please create me a database with a property schema and a database description that I can then feed to ChatGPT, Notion AI. Notion AI. Anything else? Okay. So, what were you going to say?
No, I was just thinking about the song Unleash the Dragon. Do you remember that song?
By Cisco?
Yes.
Shorty gonna make me.
And Unleash the Dragon also means unleash your purpose, because when you unleash your purpose, you're unleashing your dragon. So that song just came up.
Unleash. Say that again.
So I've been hearing the song Unleash the Dragon by Cisco. And when you unleash the dragon, you're also unleashing your true purpose. And that reminds me to the original name of our group, because we called it Unleash Your Purpose.
Shorty gonna make me unleash the dragon.
Yes. And while you were talking about, okay, how did these characters, Tony Robbins, Liza Nichols, etc., how did they unleash their purpose and how did they unleash their dragon, right?
Oh, that could even be the intro song.
Maybe.
We can take an AI platform like Beethoven.ai or Refusion.ai, and we can remix the Cisco song "Shorty Gonna Make Me Unleash the Dragon" to "These Peanuts Gonna Make Me Unleash the Dragon," or something like this.
Unleash the dragon, I unleash my purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you want to design that yourself, go for it. But
no, we can give it a try with the softwares that are available.
Yeah, and also the thing about the loop box. I know you wanted the loop box, but I told you research the loop box stuff because.
But also, if we're planning to move, it's probably better to have less stuff right now and get all these other technical devices when we're on the land.
Sure, that's a thing. But I was gonna say though, with the loop box is that the loop box, unless you are absolutely intending to make live music, which takes time, and you would need a whole bunch of tools and all that stuff. You need a whole bunch of instruments. Unless you're intending to do that, what you can do is you can figure out how to use this. Okay, because there is some looping feature, but not like a whole bunch. The Rode Podcaster, and what you can do is you can what's the word I'm looking for here? You can use AI. You can use AI to create. Oh man, what's that word I'm looking for? You can use AI to make your own music tracks much faster versus using a looping station, right? So just putting that out there. Not saying don't get the looping station if you don't, if you really want to get it. I'm just saying like if you don't have a specific purpose and it's just a recreational thing, you can figure out how to use that for now instead. So
this works as a loop station? To some extent,
but you have to research how to do it because I don't know how to do it. And my thing was just let's get this thing set up and let's figure out how to get the audio stuff going so that we can do this. That was pretty much my only intention here. But if you want to figure out, because like, look, you can do the whole.
I press the button and then I sound like this, or I press this button
and I sound like this.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But can you record something and then record another thing and then record Oh, right.
So I think you just have to figure out how to use it.
And does this play the recording out loud, this device? Or does it come out somewhere else?
I don't know. I really don't. So like I press these buttons and there's supposed to be a sound that comes out. I don't know if the audience hears it, but there is a sound that is supposed to come out here.
I don't hear it.
I know that.
Okay.
Right. And it sounds like you're cursing tools, and let's move on so we can actually do the thing. Right. So if you want to figure out how to use that, you use that. But otherwise that's where we are. Let's go back to the screen share then. And let's get ready to wrap up this episode here. Okay. Good job so far. So we got a lot done today. Here's the cleanest and the usable screenshot audit. This is my best read of the handwritten message. Top flow. It looks like who are the characters, what, where are they about, where, when. Okay, red notes under who. These are partially legible. Papa de Soraya, Mama. That's really good. There may be another entry below, but it's cut off, unclear to trust. Other visible note at the top, it looks like you wrote something like red, what the actually is in one clean statement. The lifepurpose.com is a life to action, okay? Yeah. The life purpose of is a live action plus animated co-creation show where real human guests are translated into symbolic characters inside an evolving mythic universe. Each episode explores the guest's origin story, purpose, dream, and dharma through the lens of the Golden Dragon Order. The Peanut Gallery. Oh, this is going to be the description. Let's add that actually right now here. Let's go into YouTube and let's switch and let's go to the life purpose of. And let's actually add this here. Let's add this here. That's powerful.
Let me read that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you see too, we have this banner. I was also thinking about this as well. Like we can create these characters and make them come to life somehow. Where we have like Billy the goat, we have Puggle the pup, we have Gray the gray, we have Pussy the cat or something. You know, I'm trying to think like how can we, you know, make this more interesting, and that's what came to me. So let's go back here. Whoops, what's going on here? Okay. Next. We've got now, where are we here? Okay. So we have now this, the life purpose of a live action animated co-creation. It's a show where real human guests are translated. And I got to get the chat thing. So if someone's leaving a chat message here, I don't know, my bad, but we'll eventually fix the thing where we can see the chat on screen on the OBS as an overlay. I still haven't gotten to that point. But either which way, if you leave a comment, you want to participate and you want to share ideas of where this thing goes, let us know. The Life Purpose Of is a live action animated co-creation show where real human guests are translated into symbolic characters inside an evolving mythic universe. Each episode explores the guest's origin story, purpose, dream, and dharma through the lens of the Golden Dragon Order, the Peanut Gallery, and a larger cosmic mission to help humans transcend limitation, awaken purpose, and evolve beyond polarity into higher consciousness. So therefore, each episode has a purpose. Each episode is designed to teach the audience what that person's purpose is, but also inspire them as to what their purpose could be. And we figure out together in that episode, as we do it live, how to help that person that could be a peanut become a golden dragon and join the Golden Dragon's Order. So we're essentially creating this
and
shift.
we're helping them ascend life.
Exactly.
A path to ascend life.
Exactly, because we know that to fulfill your dharma is at the very height. It's like the highest thing of self-actualization and self-realization. And so every person ultimately wants to move out of scarcity, wants to move out of a lower consciousness state, and they want to, you know, right? Think about it like right now, like people want to be like, I would imagine for the most part, people want to be rich. I would not imagine you want to be like fucking poor and struggling to make ends meet. Like, I don't know. I've been there. That's not the world for me. But
I think we all want the same things.
And I think we all want the same things, right? We want to have a purpose. We want to have attention. We want to have love. We want to have connection. And that's the very basic thing of the human, right? Because then maybe we find out in another episode that the Earth is actually the center of the universe. And Earth is actually one of the rarest planets because it is the rarest planet because it's the only planet that can house so many different life forms. Something like that, you know? So that's basically the core. The best database to build first, do not start with 10 databases, start with one master database. The Life Purpose Show Bible. Yes, great. Show premise, universe rules, factions, character archetypes. Later you can split into characters, episodes, world lore. Yes, and that's exactly what we want. Episodes, we want world lore, guest to dragon, story outputs. But right now, one master DB is the right move. Database description for Notion. Purpose of this database is the single show property schema. Okay, let's copy this into Notion. Okay. Okay, we're going to copy this into Notion AI, and we should have this property schema. Okay, this should be the property schema, and it should be pretty minimal. Story logic properties, summary, where it exists. Okay, production properties. That's a lot. That's too much. Okay, entry 2, entry 3. Okay. Oh my God, I think that's too much.
It is a lot.
What is it doing here? Yes, and please organize that because that looks really complicated and like too much, period. What I'm asking you for is right now one layer. And one layer is basically the show format, period. That's all I'm asking you for. Okay? So we need to really simplify this. And I like what you're saying here. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Let's see. Yes, please do so. Okay, so let's take these properties and let's paste them into Notion. Let's do this as a step 1. Okay, we're almost there. Okay. Let's go into the master database registry. And where was this sitting at? Life purpose of characters library. Okay. Let's create a new one here. Okay. Please create a database in this page using the following information. Okay, and let's paste that and let it do its thing. Go back to ChatGPT. Okay. That is not possible to copy that. Oh, wait, where is it? Oh, maybe. Okay, it's creating that right now. I guess the internet cut off or something. Okay, we're almost there.
And the anger monster gets triggered when Papa de Soraya has to deal with the peanut gallery.
Yes.
And that has been the greatest challenge for Papa de Soraya.
Yes. Because he has to interact with the peanut gallery.
Because he knows at one level it's just one. But it still has been triggering the anger monster every time.
Yeah, because he's irritated by the stupidity of the fucking peanut gallery.
So what is the purpose of what is the purpose of Gabriel de Soraya's current level of the mission? Is it acceptance, or neutrality towards the peanut gallery.
Maybe a dragon is gonna continue to exist until it's met certain karmic lessons, and maybe the dragon Papa Desaraya is missing one final karmic lesson before he ascends and he becomes one with the never-ending ocean of cosmic consciousness.
And what is that lesson?
Acceptance. I don't know. Okay, so this would be the episodes list. Okay. Okay, this is not at all what I asked for, and this is way too complicated, period. All I'm asking you to do is basically give me like a show summary that we put into a database. And we make it as a database, and we basically have the little building blocks like who, what, where, when, why, how, why, whatever, period. All I want you to do is just take that information. Failed. You know what? On second thought, all you're going to do literally is you're going to, that's it, you're fired, ChatGPT. You're fired. Making everything more complicated than it has to be. Okay. Let's go up in here. Let's view the database. Yeah, that's not at all what I asked for. Okay. Well, at least I'm going to tighten this up with Notion AI. So let's just do this. Turn off iPhone. Oh, and we're also going to do a new working procedure as well, where when we start the episode, you're going to do a short. And we're going to say, hey, we're recording now, da-da-da-da, come join us and whatever. So we're going to figure that out. Hey, for real. Why am I not? Okay, I understand. I understand what you're trying to do. So now we're going to get a rewrite from Notion AI. Nope. Sends us down this wild goose chase. I don't know where your phone is, but also make sure that you have your phone next time because you're going to have homework every single time. All right? So I can do this for you, but you got to do the next thing.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go back here to ChatGPT because it said something, the prompt. There we go. That's what I want. That's what I wanted the whole time. Yeah. That's what that has to be. The show mechanics. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Let me also just add this message in here. And we're gonna be almost done. Okay. Cool. We got that. We already have the characters, and look at what we accomplished today. We have the character universe. We have the character cards now. Okay. And we know what the conflict is between the characters. So I think that's really, really good now. So we can see here that we have the Golden Dragon Order. Okay. We have the Mighty Golden Dragon Order, and they exist to operate quietly and selectively, appearing when a soul reaches a threshold, the moment they choose inner truth over outer noise. Their job is to help people remember their dreams, guard their mind, and they share the messages of love, wisdom, courage, service, truth, sovereignty, compassion. Then we have the Peanut Gallery, and the Peanut Gallery is like the social conditioning of the old earth, where people are stuck in a very low state of consciousness. And, like what happened with our daughter, where, we clearly found a alternative operation. And we said, hey, there's an alternative here. And then you were told, oh, that's not realistic. What the fuck are you talking about? So that's the Peanut Gallery. And it doesn't matter if you're a doctor or whatever. You're in the Peanut Gallery. You could have $1 million and still be in the Peanut Gallery. You know why? Because of your consciousness. Your consciousness, right? So we have those two opposing forces. But ultimately, they exist to do what? To ascend into oneness. And that would be the whole idea behind this. And then we have little episodes where a real person comes on and, they have their own challenges or their own demons. Like Papa Desaraya, his conflict is the anger monster, because he has to ascend to a higher level of consciousness now to no longer be part of the Dragon's Order, because he knows his ultimate mission is to assist humanity. But he has this anger demon, the anger shadow, and his thing is to transform from this to the, something else. And then there's the group images of, Papa Desaraya and Mama Desaraya and Serra the Golden Dragon, Regis the Golden Dragon or whatever. And they're here to transmute the shadows of the Peanut Gallery. And then there's, Mama the Guardian Dog. And, we have now this little universe of characters. We have Regis. Regis is now being born, and Serra is excited to see Regis the Golden Dragon. And then we got Kittles, the Siebenschläfer, who sleeps 10 months out of the year.
It's just a random side character that we found in the bathtub.
That took a shit in our bathtub.
And we made him as a character. What an honor.
Yeah.
But, he's been living with us, so it's like he's the invisible part of the family.
Sure. And we could
he's living somewhere in the walls here.
Sure. Yeah, he's
eating dead mice.
He's living in the walls, eating dead mice. That's true. That's true. So you see how we created these characters, right? So now if we have any other characters that want to come into the universe, if you guys have any ideas for characters that you want to bring in the universe, let us know. I'll check the comments afterwards, maybe, but this is pretty much it. This is what we did today. Now we have the show mechanics, which is the SSOT.
I'm going to ask Shannon if she wants a character in the show.
Yeah, sure. So we have that. We have this, the character library. Okay. And I think we're good to go here for today. So that was our process. So we finished establishing, I think we have a solid universe from the beginning, right? Why do they do what they do?
We have that. It's on the mission.
It's on the the characters list. So we know that the origin story of the characters. We know that the character library here for the Peanut Gallery is they were sucked in by the consciousness of limitation, basically. So their whole thing is like they have nothing of value to share. So the Peanut Gallery sucks people in that have fallen for the illusion, but they can get out of the Peanut Gallery if they get woken up, right? So that the spiritual awakening, right, would be waking up people out of the Peanut Gallery. And that could even be the idea. It's not if you have a job or whatever. It's if you are living your life in such a way that you're not aware that you are an infinite consciousness and that you have come here with a divine purpose. You're in the Peanut Gallery by default. If you realize, oh, wait a second, I'm just here to work. I'm just here to this. I'm just here. You're already in the Peanut Gallery. You get out of the Peanut Gallery when you have a spiritual awakening, when you have an expansion of consciousness. That could be an idea. So we've already highlighted that. We've already highlighted those main notes. So we know the why now. We know why they do what they do. I know now why do you understand that?
Yes.
Why does the Peanut Gallery do what it does? Why does the Golden Dragon Order do what it does? The Golden Dragon Order exists to merge the Peanut Gallery back into oneness, into polarity, so that there just is. There is neutrality. There is no good, bad, light, dark anymore.
Yes.
That's the whole purpose of the Dragon Order, because they know they're supposed to shift. The Peanut Gallery does not know that. It does not understand that higher truth. So it's under the impression that all it is just banter, useless, like with people that you see on the media, on social media or whatever, it's all people regurgitating the same garbage day in and day out and selling fear and selling all this propaganda and all this bullshit that means nothing. Because where are we going? And again, like I told you before with that idea, we get sucked up into this idea world where it's like, the puppet masters, let's just call them the puppet masters. And these puppet masters, basically, all they contribute is like, this is the noise. This is it. But meanwhile, there's something going on in the background that they want you to be not aware of. So they're getting you distracted by speaking in the camera, by getting in front of a camera, because they know that they control social media, but there's something going on in the background. There's a bigger truth that is waiting to be revealed. And that's the thing right there. That's the idea. So the Dragon Order exists to illumine and awaken consciousness, human consciousness, to that truth. And that could be, a message that we share or something like this, just a rough draft, just an idea as we bridge into what value the Golden Dragon Order contributes and, where we want to go from the story from here. Now, the next part of this is, let's see if there's someone that left a comment here. Life purpose of... Let's go from the story from here. Now, the next part of this, no. Okay, no problem.
Do we have one watching now?
No. We did before, but that was us just now.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It never matters. That never matters because you're going to get people. Now, the next thing is Opus. Okay, so this is the last final thing, and then we're done for today. So we said we're going to start doing shorts with Opus. Okay, so we are going to go Opus clip. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to take this really long live stream now, and we're going to convert this. Okay, we're going to do a free trial to see how this goes. But if it goes good, then we're going to keep going here. Okay?
Okay.
So let's see here. Yeah, you see we can do 2 brand templates, 6 social media account connections. And if we did 2-pack, 600 credits. No, it's different. 300 credits, 600 credits. All right, so let's see here. continue with email. Oh, okay. Let's stop here and let's put this up. Right, let's go back to OBS. Okay, I'm going to have this screen up so that, you can see. And if you want to share anything now, go for it.
I'm just really impressed by how you're navigating all of this. That's a big strength of yours.
Mm. Okay, so we're going to start with the last episode.
Only future millionaires will see this video on March 8th.
Okay. Okay, now watch this. Oh, credit usage. Okay, so that requires 200. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. Oh, damn. Okay, so it requires 235 credits. We have 90 credits. Okay, I understand now. I understand what you're trying to say here. Okay, I understand. 300 credits per month available instantly. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. So it's 1 credit per minute. 1 credit per minute. 1 credit per minute. 1 credit per minute. Yeah, you see, that's why I wanted to save the money for the software. Because if we're doing 4 hours of live streaming, what's going to wind up happening is, if this is going to require 1 credit per minute, that's like 400 minutes or whatever that could be 400 minutes per episode. So we could literally be, spending like $100 per episode to generate clips, which isn't bad if you think about it, because we can now distribute it to other places, but it adds up.
Have you stopped the live screen?
No. We always document this. So it's always going to be on until it's no longer on. But what I did is I stopped the screen share. Okay. I stopped the screen share. And I was waiting for this until we got to this stage. Okay. So let's go back to this chair. We're almost done after this, okay? So we're implementing layer 2 right now of what we're doing here. So we have 390 credits. We've got this episode right here. Okay. We're going to take this. We're going to take the first episode. So this is how it's going to basically work. At the end of what episode, we're going to take the previous episode and we're going to have to clip it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because, again, it's live. So let's drop a YouTube link. And let's just see how this goes for right now. If this doesn't work, then we also do manual stuff, you know? But this is for discovery purposes. So now we have the credit usage to do this. So clip model. Okay. Let's say 30 to 59 seconds, or say auto. Yeah. Let's just do auto. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And let's do this guy. Yes. Save setting as above to default. Let's go. Okay, so it looks like it's going to clip that. And that's like 100. If the project fails, the upload time will be auto refunded. Okay, so it took 235 credits. It expires, okay? Credits expires in 61 days, 155. We can add more credits. 1 credit, 1 minute. Yep. 1 credit per minute of the original video imported. A 30-minute video would cost 30 credits. Okay. So it's doing that. It's supposed to find the best things. And after it finds the best moments, it's going to what am I looking for here? After it finds the best moments, it's going to take those moments, it's going to clip them, and it should be posting them. Okay? Now, Hemma, here's your homework. Okay, very important. And if you get lost, if you forget about this, well, there's no excuse because you can just literally rewatch the live stream. You can watch the last couple of minutes here, okay? So your homework is the following. We have a life purpose of ... YouTube channel, okay? Your job is to find out if we have an Instagram, a TikTok, or x.com, and etc. If we do not have a social media profile for those, you're going to create for those. Okay? You're going to create for those. In terms of the image or the thumbnail or the logo, I don't know where that is.
I'm going to rewatch that.
I don't know where that is. So that may be on your on the laptop. I don't know, but you would have to search through it. Or you look at Google Photos or something. I don't know if the logo that you have from YouTube is on Google Photos. I don't know.
The golden logo.
Yeah. So you would have to find that.
The lifepurpose.com logo.
Yeah, or even still, you could even honestly just go to if you go from the computer, you can go to the website, lifepurpose.com, and you can literally just drag it. You can just drag it out. You can ask ChatGPT how to do that. How do I just literally just take the mouse, click on the logo on lifepurpose.com and drag it, or right click it and then save the logo. That's it. But you're going to start up in Instagram and in TikTok. Okay. If there is an x.com, cool. Well, if we have an x.com profile already, cool. If not, then start one up too.
What is that?
It's formerly Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Hemma. Say something.
Okay.
Remember, okay, here's what you need to see. You see when I speak, that bar, that vertical bar, do you see how it goes up to yellow?
Yeah.
Okay, do you see why I'm speaking the way that I speak? Look at me. Do you see how close the microphone is to my face?
Yes.
Okay, it's because I speak very low. But when you look at the monitor, do you see how we have, when I speak, the bar goes from green to yellow? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to be constantly looking at that. Not all the time, but you want to be looking at it often enough. And look at how close the microphone is to my face if you look at the monitor. Okay? It's not like this. Because when I speak, then what's going to happen is I'm going to speak with the green. We don't want, when you speak, for the green to show up, okay? You want your voice to always be hitting the yellows and into the red. Like, think about it like this. Like, when you speak, you want to be speaking so that this touches the red line here.
Okay.
Okay? So in order for you to do that, you either have to raise your voice up a lot or bring the microphone closer to your mouth.
Okay, so I can see that when I speak too. Okay.
Okay, so just remember, because when you start to speak, okay, so bring the microphone away, farther away from you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, what you are failing to understand is that you may hear yourself.
Yeah.
But when you actually listen to the playback, you're not going to hear yourself.
Okay.
And that's going to now waste money that we have spent on Opus Clip to find clips.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got to understand that. We need to make sure that your voice is always hitting in the yellow.
Okay.
Okay, so always make sure, this is got to be your reminder here. Bring that microphone into your mouth. Okay?
In my mouth.
Up to your mouth. Always bring it up to your mouth, and like even have your lips touching. Like if you can feel your lips touching the microphone, the muff, then you know you're good.
Okay.
Okay? Because otherwise, when you listen to the playback, it's going to sound very, very low, because this is a very professional microphone. It's a broadcast studio based microphone. And what that means is that the quality of it is that it requires a lot of what's called gain. Gain is basically what amplifies the sound to make it sound so rich. That's why you said, oh, your voice sounds so good. Yeah, because of the microphone and how we have the settings. But if I'm all the way over here, it's not going to do. If I have it all the way over here, it's also not going to do, right? I'm not hitting the yellows. I need to be up here to hit the yellows. And if you hear how I sound, it has this richer sound to it, right? But if I'm all the way over here, you don't hear that.
Okay, so every time it hits the yellow, we get paid.
Every time it hits the yellow, we get paid.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Now let's go back on here. Okay, we're still got a couple minutes remaining. This will do it for the episode. Your homework, again, just keep in mind, you have to make sure that we have Instagram, TikTok. Keep thinking about the universe, the character of universes, and where do we go from here now? For the next episode, we're going to focus on polishing up that system. So we're going to have a content factory. Okay? But I want you to think about the actual first episode. The first episode was based on the peanuts, the origin of the peanuts. So I want you to think of who is the underlord. Who is the lord of the peanuts? And why did they create that? Okay. Now think about all the stuff that you know in real life and apply that to the peanuts. So like why was there such a thing that happened? Why was there such a, and how did that all come about? Think about how that all came about. Use ChatGPT to create a story and like really ask ChatGPT like, hey, would this logically make sense? And also think about who your audience is. So go into what we did today, go into the message that we did today for ChatGPT, and then ask ChatGPT like, hey, based on this story, who would be the audience range of this? Because we're trying to get kids, but we're not trying to get like little babies, because then babies may be scared of peanuts. We're trying to get like the younger crowd, but not like so young where it's like they can't handle it. Like
what came to me is 10 years upwards. Probably.
Because like who would be able to handle hearing about the Dragon Order, and who would be able to hear about
10, 11.
Yeah.
Like the beginning of puberty.
Yeah. Like how old, ask ChatGPT this question. How old was the audience for Dragon Ball Z and for Sailor Moon? And that may be more appropriate to what we're trying to accomplish here. Or The Simpsons, right? Who is the target audience for The Simpsons, the age group for The Simpsons, Sailor Moon, etc. Okay, because we're not trying to do Barney. At least I don't think so. We're not trying to do Barney, and we're not trying to do like Teletubbies. We're trying to do,
Yeah.
So the audience, it's a bit smarter of a show, I think. Like Barbie, the movie Barbie, you wouldn't think that it was smart, but it is actually really, really smart. It's a really, really smart movie. And that would be very deceptive. You wouldn't know. So we have to figure out that. So come back with that. Rewatch this if you have to. So in case you forget, because you probably will, because I would. And ask those questions. What's the whole agenda of the Peanuts what is the mass agenda of the Peanuts? Why is there this consciousness? Flesh that out with ChatGPT, come up with the story. Because then after that, it's going to be the Peanut Gallery. It's going to be the Dragon Order. Episode number 2 will be about the Dragon Order. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a library, a database of episodes. And we're going to have basically a synopsis. Actually, let's create that right now. Because we're here. And I know that you want to eat. I want to eat too. We're going to get there. Let's just... okay. How you doing today?
Good. You?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, it's a new database link. And so for the episodes where we don't have anyone that comes, that's where I think it's helpful. So let's go up into here and switch out. So we have purpose of, okay. That's 1, that's 2, episode list. Please do me a favor and create an episode list database and title it in all uppercase, the life purpose of ... episode ideas. And basically what we're going to do here is we're going to have the title of the episode as the title property. And then we're going to have like a idea of what the story is. And what I want you to do is I want you to create separate properties as rich text properties where you talk about like the opening and you outline the opening. And then we have another property for the conflict. And then we have another episode for the climax. And then we have another property for the purpose or the lesson of the episode. You will add a also generates the database with the database description according to the prompt from cool. So we should see it coming up in here. Almost there. I've never used Opus Clip, so I'm learning how to do it myself too for the first time. Yeah, you see we can make 40 YouTube shorts here pretty quick. Okay, so I created that. Let's put that database description here. Cool. And let's move this into okay. Turn that into an inline database. Put that up here. Up. Okay, almost there. The shrink, I like that. Please convert the first appearance episode property from a rich text property into a relation property. And I want you to map the linking. So we have episode 2 that should be linked as a relation to what's in the episode list. DB, period. Use this exact database for that relation. Okay, so that's going. Okay, cool. So now we have here a few hours, 3 hours and 55 minutes. What does that say? Oh, yes, post now. Yes, that's what we need. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we've got many different shorts now. Remember, this is from last week.
Yeah. They put Mother Mary in. Boom.
Yeah. So that's an idea here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this is me talking, but
Yeah, it was mainly just you.
so I'm gonna work through this.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta look through this. Oh,
How many did you get?
This actually, honestly, this actually should be your job. This actually would be hundreds. Look, these are all the clips. I got many, many clips.
Mm-hmm. Let me watch that.
Like, let's be for real here.
Stop censoring yourself. These topics, they used to be taboo, but this all becomes a new standard with the global awakening. Where is she?
Are we all collectively going?
In her upper room?
What is our collective purpose here? It is very, very likely that we are engineered from extraterrestrials. Actually, Hemma, you know what? I do apologize, but this actually should be your job. So this is the last thing too. I'm doing all this work. I'm making sure we have the cash for this.
Yes.
You're gonna, okay, here's what you're gonna do. So make sure you watch this last hour
Yes.
This is your assignment. You're gonna go onto YouTube and you're gonna figure out, you're gonna do a Opus clip tutorial and you're gonna figure this out, right? You're gonna figure out how to use Opus clip. Go to Opus Clip or Opus Pro, whatever. Use this MacBook. Okay, now we have an extra MacBook. So you're going to use this. It's up to you when you do it, but just make sure you do it. We have the login saved here on LastPass. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that you go up in here and you can also watch this as well. Okay. Turn any video into viral shorts.
I'm going to show you how to use
and you can
specific parts.
It'll give you all the instructions. Okay. Actually, just do this. All right. It'll give you all the instructions, how to edit and all that stuff. We've already uploaded this one and we have a whole bunch of shorts here.
Mm-hmm.
So use that to your advantage. And I think, for example, over here, you can, let's say for this one, if you go here, okay, you can change the title. You can auto-generate titles. And this is already Stop Procrastinating, Fight or Flight Brain and Your Purpose. You can make it catchy and it just auto-generates it for you. So you don't even need to think about a title anymore. You can edit the clip. You can have an AI hook. You can enhance the speech. You can add B-roll. Okay, so we can do a lot of stuff here. Okay, you just have to figure out how to do it, and that takes time. And I would say, again, this already took up like 300 credits, which is like $30. So figure out how to do this, and don't post everything all at once. Okay, don't post every piece of content all at once. Start up first the Instagram and the TikTok. Okay. Start up first the Instagram and the TikTok, and then from there, remember, it's going to be the life purpose of ... the same handle as you did for YouTube. You can copy the same bio from YouTube to Instagram to TikTok, but just and make sure at minimum those three. You're going to then figure out how to use Opus Clip, and you're going to use AI. There is literally just a click of a button. It's just clicks of the buttons. Make sure that the thing looks good. You can schedule the posts to go out any time of the day. So don't bulk upload it all at once. Do like once every 2 hours. Yeah, so you can schedule
once every 2 hours, so not every day or every other day.
No. Shorts is different.
Okay.
We want to attack shorts. Like if we could do, you could even honestly do it once an hour, because that's how there's a girl, Jenny Hoyos. She's uploading shorts like once every 30 minutes to an hour. She's getting hundreds of thousands of subscribers in a month just from doing that. And she doesn't even post long form video. So we want to really attack shorts right now, because that is prime for discovery. We want to get discovered. That's what you want to do. We want to blow up the channel and get discovered. So we want to hit with a lot of content. Okay. So we want to make sure that we're doing once an hour for sure. Let's say once an hour, every hour.
Until all the shorts are gone.
Until all the shorts are gone. And we're going to repeat that process. So that's going to be your work during the week. I'm going to make sure that we have the system down for doing the actual long form video, the idea that I talked about today. But in terms of discovery, for right now, this is layer 2. You're going to be responsible for layer 2, okay?
So we're going to have all the same shorts on Instagram and on TikTok. It's going to be in the same order.
You figure that out.
Okay.
You figure that out. And if you want to create your own custom shorts where you're actually speaking on the camera, you figure that out. If you have any ideas that you want to share about, purpose, where you're taking a walk and you have an idea or an insight about purpose, that's why you have to have an Instagram and a TikTok. You have YouTube shorts, but you figure that out, okay? And remember, we're not here to create. We're just here to document. So it's a very different mindset. We don't care about being polished. You could literally wake up at 4:00 in the morning, have an idea, and have no makeup on, record it. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. So we want to get in the habit of just mass producing, so we can build up a huge library, because that's going to be we're going to build off of in the future. Okay, but these are the building blocks. And again, you have to review every short. Don't just like assume that it's going to do all the work for you. Okay, make sure that it's correct. Like how we just saw the Mother Mary at the bottom. It should have been your face. It should not have been just my face and the Mother Mary. It should have been both of our faces. So that has to get figured out. And if it's not going to just be my face, or if it's not going to be both of our faces, it's got to be just one of our faces, and it's got to be the whole thing. I don't know how to do that, but that's up to you to figure out. Okay? So start getting in the habit of knowing how to do that, because then after that, we're going to create working procedures so that way we can then, it will help speed up the process. Okay, so we just created a 3 database system today. You see how I went through that process? We sped it up significantly. And remember how before last year, when you were with me on refactoring databases and making these databases, it took us 2 hours during those deep work sessions. Now, all I have to do is just tell Notion AI what to do, and it just does it for me. So it's going to get better. But for right now, you may have to guide it for a while until it gets to that point where it knows your brand, it knows your image. So really master Opus Clip, please, because shorts are going to be key for helping us grow and get discovered and getting people to actually participate in the live stream.
What about the shorts that I don't resonate with?
Don't use them.
Okay.
Just find whatever, just find whatever works for you. And if you would watch that, put that in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
And use your own judgment. And again, make sure the video doesn't look like shit.
Yeah.
Okay? Because if it looks like shit, who do you think is going to watch it? And that's a waste of money.
Do you know if I'm able to change the video myself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can take out certain things. You can add AI B-roll into it. You can clip it. You can whatever.
Okay.
But you have to learn how to use that. All right? That's going to be your job. Okay? Can we trust you with that?
Yes.
Okay. So Instagram, TikTok, figure out if we have that. If not, start it up. Same YouTube channel, username, apply the bio from the YouTube channel to there, and then learn how to use Opus and figure out what is the next, how is the origin story of episode 1, the shrink, the peanuts. Rewatch this part, the last hour, and then you'll know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Anything else?
No.
All right. Good job.
Thank you for today.
Good work. All
well
right.
done.
We're definitely going to be making sure we're done earlier, but I mean, this is not bad for a Sunday. It's not bad. And this is probably what we're going to be doing more and more until we have guests and we're creating episodes. Maybe it's going to take another 2 or 3 episodes where we actually get into the groove of actually creating with AI and using AI software and making the stories and creating voices, custom voices and everything like this. So it'll probably get more fun as we go along, but this is the origin of it. All right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for introducing me.
Do you have any last thoughts?